Okay, and we are live. Hey, everybody. How's everybody doing today? Thanks, everybody, for coming. Today, we got a special episode. We got Alexander Macris here to talk about mostly ACKS II, I think, but I'm definitely a superhero nerd, so I want to give some praise about Ascendant. But yeah, so today, like I said, we got Alex Macris. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, it's great to be
Um,
here. Thanks for having me on.
yeah, and then as usual, we got Jason top center. Next to him, Stan, and lower right is Mike Saxton, Thunderstruck Workshop. So and yeah, Chubby's in the chat. Um, he's I think he's made some stuff for Axe as well, right?
He has, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, it's good stuff. Love everything that I've seen of Chubby's. He's got a bunch of stuff for Shadow Dark.
Yep.
It's just awesome, and yeah. So I gotta say these guys some of these guys know this, but a long time I started with basic D&D BX. That was my first. I fell in love with the Earl Otis cover, and that was kind of my intro. And after that, the second RPG that I played was this here. Now, I don't have the box, but
Oh yeah, there it
this
is.
is the
Greg Gordon's DC Heroes. Yeah.
Yeah, and this was fantastic. I loved it. A lot of people, even back then, thought it was overcomplicated. There was too much going on. I really loved the system. I really loved the Megs system, Mayfair Exponential Gaming system, where it just everything doubled as you went up in value. So strength of 2 was double 1, and then 3 was double 2, 4 was and so on and so forth. And I've never seen that ever again until I found Ascendant. Yeah. And I was like, wow, this is amazing. Like somebody actually took that and then actually, made it so the whole thing is exponential.
Yep.
And just, yeah, it's just absolutely fantastic. So I love it. I can't wait to get that to the table. I've been doing some one shots and things of some superhero games in some smaller, quicker systems. With this, I think we would need to spend like a session just doing character creation. So I think that would take a while. But so thanks for that. I really like this book. It's fantastic. I thought it was well done. I backed the comic. The comic's great.
Awesome.
So that's awesome. So I take it you played the DC game.
I did.
Back in the day?
Yeah, absolutely. I ran a whole campaign of it in middle school and high school. Still in touch with the guys that were in the campaign. It was fantastic. My motivation for creating Ascendant was literally my realization that that Greg Gordon hadn't gone all the way and made the game fully logarithmic. And I said, I want this to be fully logarithmic. And what I mean by that, this is ultra geeky, but if you consider Batman in DC Heroes, he has a body of 6, which means when his body is reduced to 0, he is unconscious. And you could reduce his body to 6 in one of 2 ways, right? Like you could deal 6 points of damage, or you could deal 1 point of damage 6 times. But damage is supposed to be logarithmic. So 6 points of damage is actually 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32 points. So it shouldn't be the case that 1 point of damage 6 times knocks Batman out. So when it so the surface level of the system is logarithmic, but the actual mechanics are not logarithmic.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, I can be a bigger dork than Greg Gordon. And so I went and made a fully logarithmic superhero system. And that was the challenge was to make it still playable because the math gets interesting. But the advantage was once I had made it fully logarithmic, at that point it becomes what's called a scale-free simulation. And so you can use the exact same system to simulate, humans having a fist fight in a bar, superheroes fighting on Mars, and battleships, tanks, massive armies, and it's all scale-free. So a friend of mine was a DoD consultant for DARPA, and he loved Ascendant so much he sent it to DARPA and told them that they needed to investigate it. So I ended up having a weird call with DARPA as a result of that. So anyway, we'll see if anything ever comes of that. But yeah.
How did you guess stats for our submarine or something like that?
Yeah, that was a different thing. There was a guy in our Discord who asked me how I had gotten the stats for the submarine, like some of the submarine stuff. Like, I don't know. I just sort of, I used the formulas in the game, and kind of deduced what they would be. He was like, yeah, that information is classified. So,
Well, it's interesting. I think historically you can look at different things like that. Look at military progression, over time, and like I don't think that's that hard to like plot out what the next version will be capable of or something. I don't know if people in the military have haven't figured that out or but
yeah.
I don't know. That's my thought on it, but yeah, fantastic job with Ascendant. I know it's been touted as a physics simulator. And I've heard a lot of crazy
comic
stories.
book physics simulation.
Comic book physics,
Yeah.
sure, yeah, but there's some, grounding in the real world there. I mean, that's right. I mean, you could, obviously, you're not going to simulate, everything in the real world perfectly, but it's got to be somewhat close, no?
Yeah, no. I mean, the main thing is it doesn't simulate acceleration, right? So,
Right.
So
right.
you can kind of go from 0 to 60 or 0 to Mach 1 instantly. And because when you introduce acceleration simulation, then you end up with vectored movement and all sorts of things like that. It also doesn't simulate surface pressure. So, if Superman wants to lift up the airplane, his hands don't like punch through the airplane, right?
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
And that's just obviously I could have, but the complexity becomes really ridiculously stupid, and there's no gain because in comic books they ignore all that. So I was like, I'm just trying to figure out how to ignore all that.
Yeah. Chubby's got a question. I'm not sure if this is a real question.
Yeah. So the scaling on the Sportcasters is just scaled so that at each level of the Sportcaster, you are approximately able to command the amount that a character of that level would be commanding in a military force. So like you get your platoons, you get your companies, you get your battalions, you get your brigades. In terms of keeping your player clogging every passageway with 8 spore zombies, I mean that's kind of the joy of being a Sportcaster, is to have hordes of spore zombies. There's ways to deal with them. They're not particularly fast. You could use burning oil, tripwires. A good shield wall with spears will make pretty short work of them. I would say in general, like players who play ACKS seem to tactically start to bring large formations into the dungeon, and so you can get these interesting situations where the dungeons are clogged with the player characters and their henchmen and war dogs and whatnot. If you watch my actual plays, you'll see how I handle it, and it ends up being a lot of the players getting strung out in the dungeon and then getting hit in the flanks or the rear by wandering encounters. Tends to begin to discourage oversized parties, because you can end up in situations where you've got huge chunks of your force are just unable to participate while guys up in the front are getting mauled and they can't get there to help them out. If you try and stack all your most powerful guys up front, then you get mauled in the rear and things like that. So anyway, so it becomes sort of a geometric and tactical response. But certainly, mass has a quality all of its own, and I don't think too many ACKS players have ever said, "Gosh, I wish we'd brought fewer war dogs" or something. So.
Yeah. Well, it's always nice to have a line of mooks, to go in and just do the thing. Even if it's the ones in the front, just keep falling.
Yeah.
But I guess that'll have some effects on morale later, though. At least it should, I guess.
Yeah.
But I really want to run ACKS as my next campaign. I think
awesome.
that's what I'm going to do. I've always really been into domain play, and a lot of my players really aren't. Like I know Jason is. He's in my game. He's done some of that stuff. But some of the players, they don't want to run stuff. They just want to go in the dungeon. Okay, yeah, we'll go evil bad guy of the week. Yeah, we'll put the sword through him. Yep. Okay. Next week, it's like, yep. Where's the next evil guy? Oh, he's in that cave. Yep. Yeah. Okay. We'll go in. Go in the cave.
Well, so I mean, obviously, I'm biased, but my sense is even if you just enjoy dungeon crawling, I would play ACKS over BX or AD&D personally, because ACKS, I like the way thieves play better in ACKS than they do in those other games. I like the cleaves for the fighters. I like the free casting that's available to the mages rather than having to memorize. I like the searching system, and I like the spelunking rules that are in the game. And there's a lot of extra stuff that adds some layers of depth. Now, obviously, not everyone agrees. Like lots of people would say, no, I prefer AD&D for various reasons, or Castles and Crusades or whatnot. And there's a lot that's subjective about that. But certainly, my goal, if I, as a designer, was to make sure that the adventuring part of ACKS was more fun even than BX had built on, and you also get domain play. So I hope that your players who aren't interested in ruling domains will still enjoy the game. I would be, it would be a design failure if they didn't.
I could say from my perspective with my groups, I've been running pretty much AD&D for 30 plus years, and I could tell you with most of my groups, AD&D, a little bit in first edition. There's really none of it in second edition. Castles and Crusades, they don't promote domain play.
Yeah.
Or what little they have just isn't very good.
Yeah.
A lot of people, we used to play that way. Well, okay, maybe you did when you played BX or Beckme or whatever, but it's if you grew up playing like say AD&D and that's all you've ever played, you probably didn't get much experience to domain play. Most of my guys aren't interested in it.
Right.
I run a 2E game, and I just bought both of the. I don't even have them yet. I'm waiting for them to show up from eBay, but both of the battle system books. Mm-hmm. And I'm curious to see how my players are going to take to that because they've never done mass combat like that before.
Right. Right.
And I don't even know how the rules play out because I just bought them. I haven't, never got to experience them in the past. So we'll see.
Yeah. Yeah. I found with my own group that their opinion of domain play and mass combat changed a lot when they interacted with the experience point system, because when they discovered that they got experience points for properly running a realm and they got experience points for winning battles and then looting and plundering their enemy domains, it was like a light went off for them and they were like, this is the best thing ever. And then they all were like, I want to be the prince of the domain. And up until that moment, they had been, I don't want to deal with it. Newton, you're into the domain thing. You be the prince, whatever. And then when Newton showed up higher level than them, because he'd been running his domain, it changed their mind. Perhaps my players are more XP greedy than other groups who are more immersed in the role play, but that was a big motivating factor for them. Likewise, with mass combat, they were not into mass combat until they had a huge battle, and then they got tens of thousands of gold pieces from the looting the supply camps and plundering the dead and taking the villages and whatnot.
We got some questions. Full Metal Dragon wants to know if ACKS II would work well with Gods of the Forbidden North. I think it would work great with that. I don't know if you're familiar with that setting.
I'm not familiar with it, no.
It's like a
OSE.
Yeah, it's an OSE setting. So I mean, I think power level wise, I think that shoes right in. And,
should be fine then.
It's a large kind of northern hex crawl type of thing. There's a lot of stuff going on. I mean, there's a lot of little towns and things like that you can probably take over.
Yeah.
I've
used ACKS with all sorts of stuff. I mean, I used ACKS to run Middle Earth. I used ACKS to run Kozakura from AD&D Oriental Adventures, Zeb Cook's setting that was in Swords of the Daimyo. Like, it works pretty well with most settings.
Yeah. Chubby's got a lot of great questions here. I assume you consider less powerful strongholds at low levels. This is a great question, and I'd love to.
Yeah. So it's interesting. If you look closely at the rules, you can have a domain at any level. And in fact, the vast majority of NPC rulers are relatively low level. Like your local baron or your local manor lord is second, third, fourth level. The legates that you encounter in AX1, the introductory module, he's 7th level. What the game mechanics say is that at 9th level, if you have a domain, or if you set up a domain at 9th level, then you get special followers and mercenaries that are attracted by your greatness. And the advantage of followers is you're capped on the number of henchmen you can have, but followers stack on top of that. So all of a sudden now you have more people that you can reliably count on to serve you. which lets you have both vassals to run your domains, as well as commanders for your military forces, or an entourage of escorts when you go into dungeons or battlefield. But you could actually set up a domain at any level. You just don't get those elite followers until you get to 9th level.
Sure.
So if you look in the chapter in campaigns, there's a whole section on how that works with getting the followers, not getting them. And if you look at the Judge's Journal, it'll tell you the actual average level of NPC rulers of various domains by their size and the size of their entourage. And you'll see the vast majority are not high level. I did think about putting some provision in, like at 5th level, some sort of domain power. Ultimately, what I did is that I focused on the notion of conquest. So at 5th level, fighters get a morale bonus for troops that they lead in battle. So that 5th level, there's like an encouragement of lead troops in battle to conquer. And then 9th level, okay, now you've conquered and you get your elite followers.
Yeah, I've always kind of like just winged it. I mean, I love that you have the rules and everything for domain play and all of that. And I really want to get into it and use them. But like usually with, I'll set things out there. You have like a tower or whatever, and then the players, they clear it, and then, oh, this is going to be our base.
Exactly.
And things like that, and they get higher level, and then eventually followers start showing up, or they start building a farm outside, and then they hire guards, and then more people show up, right, because there's guards now. So but I love that you did all the math and kind of figured all that stuff out. And the books, I think the special edition covers and whatnot with the slipcase. I got the slipcase.
Oh, nice!
Over there,
awesome.
It's just gorgeous. I mean, it's really, really awesome looking stuff. And this is 1,800 pages, something like that.
Something like that. Yeah, it's big.
All 3 books. So it's awesome. There's a lot of wealth of information. One of the things that I absolutely love about ACKS is that you eliminated the wizard from taking everything away from the thief.
Yeah, that was really important to me.
I had that happen to me in a long 3rd edition game years ago, where I was the thief and the wizard, I'm like, okay, I'll pick the lock. It's like, oh, I'm just going to cast knock, or and I cast find traps. Like, why am I even here, guys?
Yep. Yep. Yeah, we got rid of knock. We got rid of find traps entirely as spells. So you can knock, but it's now it's a battering ram spell that literally blasts the door open. You can do prestidigitation to sort of telekinetically do something, but you still have to have the skill to know how to do it.
Yeah.
And then with find traps, what I did for all the detection spells was I was like, the magic doesn't know what a trap is, right? So you can detect gold, or you can detect magic, or you can detect supernatural evil, but magic has no way of knowing, like, oh, that's a secret door, that's a trap door, and it's a trap. Like, it doesn't know, so it can't detect it. That works pretty well.
That's awesome. No, I love it, because that was always a point of contention, with groups that I played with. So that just works out great. I also love the attribute system that you have. It's instead of just being 3d6 down the line, it's pick one ability that's 5d6, drop 2, minimum of 13, right? That's a +1.
That's right. Yep.
And then pick 2 abilities, that's 4 die 6, drop the lowest, minimum of 9, right? Which is the bottom end of 0, +0, and then the other 3 are 3d6. I like that I think that it mathematically or whatever, it works out so that you still roll and you could still get a low number with those. There's still a chance that you'll get a low number, or that you'll get a higher number, but you can sort of try and steer what type of class that you want to go towards, and it might work, it might not, but it's still
let me speak about that. That's one of my favorite systems in the game. So random character generation has a lot of virtues that people don't recognize because they've bought into point buy. What we saw with 3.5 is a great example, but it's true generally of all point buy systems, is that as soon as you have a point buy system and you have a sufficiently large player base, they figure out what the optimum build is, and then everyone builds to that optimum build. And if you
Yeah.
don't build to that, then what the hell's wrong with you? So, oh, you're a fighter and you put points in intelligence. Well, that was a dump. Why didn't you max out strength, then dex, then con, according to this formula that you can find on EN World? And this is true of all point buy. And so under a point buy system, you will literally never see Alexander the Great, who's a fighter with really high intelligence. You just never see him. Okay.
Yeah.
Likewise, you'll never just see Alexander the Great, who basically has 18s and everything, because there's just not enough points for that. So then the disadvantage to random generation, of course, is you often get unsatisfactory characters. You get people can't play the character that they wish to play. And the typical solution to that is to give people some system that raises the averages across the board, so that you have higher stats overall. And that's an okay approach. The approach I took was, I said, all right, for every class in ACKS, it's pretty much clear that there's about 3 stats you need to have that are decent to be survivable, and there's 3 that you can kind of afford to not have that high and still be playable. So for fighter, if you've got a decent strength, dex, and con, you're going to be fine. You might be a retard, you might not be very charismatic, you might have a low will, but you're going to be fine. If you're a wizard and you've got a high intelligence, you're probably going to be fine. And then the others, it's up to you. Like, maybe you want to be kind of a sneaky, subversive, high dex wizard. Maybe you want to be a charismatic enchanter, but you're going to be okay. If you have a low strength, you don't care. If you have a low con, you were dead if you got hit anyway. You don't care that much, right? And this is true for all the classes. And so that was the idea. The idea of the system was, okay, let the person have more dice with a minimum on the stats that they care about. Make the other 3 totally random. But by making them totally random, you actually can end up with, I put my 5 dice into strength, but I rolled an 18 on 3 dice on intelligence. Oh, shit, I'm Alexander the Great. I'm amazing at warfare. I've got 18 strength and 18 in, or whatever. And I find that, particularly since it's a game of mass combat and domain rulership, where you actually kind of do want to be intelligent and charismatic if you're going to,
sure,
sort of, be Hannibal or something like that. Like, I ended up thinking that was a really important mechanic to have. So,
yeah, and I love that the stats kind of are important. Like, charisma obviously is very important, especially if you're going to go down the domain route.
Yep.
Because you got to have a charismatic leader, right?
A lot of people say that charisma is the most important stat in ACKS.
Yeah, which is interesting because it's the opposite for every other
game.
20 game. Yeah,
it's based on my experiences working actually in media and marketing most of my career, and spending time in Hollywood, and watching what life is like for hyper charismatic individuals, where they just sit down at the table and they walk away with a $12 million deal, and you're like, okay, that was impressive. You have Riz.
But even in AD&D, most people use charisma as their dump stat. But if you have a DM that actually uses reaction tables, it should not be a dump stat.
No, it really shouldn't. If there's any stat in real life you don't want as your dump stat, it's charisma, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you're right, Mike. If following all that stuff, you should be adding the bonus or whatever, to it.
And I'll be honest, maybe they were onto something with Unearthed Arcana, with introducing comeliness and separating charisma and comeliness. So then you can be like, oh, well, maybe you don't look so good, but you still talk good. You're still you're a good communicator. You're able to convince people to do what you want. It helps with your reaction stuff. But you see it all the time as a dump. But really, if you're using reaction rolls, it should not be.
Right.
Well, what we did for ACKS is you have your charisma stat, and then if you also have strength, con, and dex of at least 11, then you're super hot, and so you get an additional +1 bonus to seduction when you're wearing skimpy armor. So,
nice.
But only skimpy armor. It doesn't work if you're naked or wearing skimpy clothing. It has to specifically be skimpy armor for reasons no one understands. So.
Yeah.
Well,
I agree. Yeah.
I heard Roger likes chainmail banana hammocks.
Yeah, exactly. chainmail bikinis. Yeah.
I got a calendar coming out if anybody's interested.
Oh god,
that pitch is in all the wrong places for me.
Hey, someone earlier asked me why I didn't have the noble titles for the.
Yes, sorry, I did have that queued up. Yeah,
they're on page 343 of the revised rulebook for the 4 main title structures. So there's some others I didn't put in the book, but those are the 4 big ones.
Okay,
So
cool.
they're in there. Page 343, revised rulebook.
There you go. We'll have to look them up. Just kind of going through the chat here, just making sure that I didn't miss anything. I really love the idea, ACKS. It the way that the release for ACKS II kind of happened, it was just timing wise, it didn't work out for the group, and we ended up going with Castles and Crusades for a while, and then the group kind of got tired of that, and we ended up switching to Shadow Dark just because it's been a lot more accessible, you know, to get. But we're looking at that. It's been fun. I don't know how long it's going to last. I think that some of it is might run out of. It's fun. I don't know yet.
How many?
We'll see how
I
that
have
happens.
curiosity. How many sessions does like your typical campaign run, Roger?
Well, Castles and Crusades lasted that was a weekly campaign for almost 2 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Something like that. So that's been the average. I mean,
About
obviously
so like
years ago,
100 sessions.
yeah, 100 sessions. So years ago, I ran a campaign that was 9 years and one that was 7. But
Yeah.
I mean, but that was, before marriage, kid.
Right. Right.
And the CNC campaign didn't really end. We all just there are flaws with the siege engine.
I see.
And we were getting very frustrated with the flaws, and we were using Reforged, which has its own bag of ass that we were tired of dealing with. So we're still playing the same campaign. We just made new characters.
I see.
And we're using the Shadow Dark.
Is it a scaling problem at level or something like that, or what's?
That was part of it. The saving throws, once you start hitting mid-level, become wildly unobtainable.
I see.
Yeah.
I guess the easiest way to put it is if you compare it with, like, say, D&D. As you get higher level, the saving throws get easier and easier.
Right.
So you fight that dragon, and he breathes on you. Chances are you're going to save and take half damage.
Right.
And they do a lot of damage, so you need to make that save. Well, in Castles and Crusades, they kept the dragon the same, doing the same amount of damage, but the dragon gets to add its level when you make your siege check. And they're just as hard to make at level 20 as they are at level 1. So now you fail the save, and your party just wiped out.
It's funny that's the example you use, because that is exactly what happened to us.
Yeah,
Roger's White Dragon breathes on us and he says, "Okay, make your saves." The DC is 32.
Yep.
It's just
okay. I'm a 9th level cleric.
It gets exponentially more difficult because the higher in level that the players get, exponentially the evil big bad evil guy needs to go up in level.
Yeah, because
four first level characters, and you've got a 5th level, bad guy. But when you've got 4 5th level characters, you need somebody that's a lot, higher. And so at higher levels, it starts to fall out. Now, some of that is, I think, the issue with the, just a D20 system. And that was my problem with like 3rd edition, even though, I played that for a long time, but at some point, the number that you're adding to the die is larger than the die, and you kind of lose that. And so, and I think it's a good segue to, like, I know that like a lot of people end up capping, have level caps because of that. And you cap somewhere around 14, I think, is really your cap and X. I know that you have XP limits and things for the different races, at different classes, but it's all around 14. Was that why that cap exists, or?
Yes, it was the direct ancestor of or the descendant of the caps from BX. Basic Expert capped at 14, and so that was the baseline I went with. And it turned out that it has a very nice kind of effect where roughly every 2 levels of experience is enough to sort of go up in 1 tier of ruling a particular type of domain. And so you can kind of go, Baron, Viscount, Count, Duke, Prince, King, Emperor, and there's your 14 levels. So that kind of worked out very cleanly. And then what happens is that we cap magic at 6th level spells, which is at 11th level. And then higher level spells become ritual magic, which take much longer to cast, and etc.
that.
So we avoid a lot of the extreme caster dominance. The goal for the level progression was that at first level, I wanted the game to feel like a very realistic simulation of being a warrior, for instance, in a phalanx, right? So like first level axe combat, it's all about get armor, get in a shield next to a dude who's also got a shield with a guy who's got a spear behind you. You're forming like a formation, you're trying to maximize the amount of damage you can do to the enemy, etc. Then around like 3rd level, you start to become you're not just a warrior, you're like the cool sergeant in a war movie. So you're not going to die like a total bitch. You might still die in the war movie, but like you're not going to go out like a chump because you're the cool sergeant. Then like at around 5th or 6th level, now you're the protagonist in the war movie. So you're going to have like some really cool scene where you're sniping people from a bell tower or something awesome. Again, you might die, but like you're still going to be really awesome. Then 7th, 8th level, now you're the protagonist of an action movie. So you're Bruce Willis or something. You're going to be able to like live through all sorts of crazy stuff and say cool lines as you slay people. And then, by the time you get to 11th, 12th level, you're Achilles. And there's just like a chapter in the book which is just devoted to how many people you can kill per combat round. As you're just, cleaving through and then he kills, Patroflumacus and, gouges him in the eye with a spear, then tramples over his body and moves on. You're like, okay, I get it. This guy's amazing. So, so that's kind of like the vibe of the level curve, and everything is balanced against that.
Yeah, that's awesome. Chubby says he loves Shadow Dark. His entry point to the hobby, relaxing, low key. Core rules lack the details to run a long campaign, which is why he's publishing so many supplements. Yeah, and we'll see if that runs out. And then he also says ACKS II is unrivaled as a long-term campaign. However, it requires a degree of commitment from the players that might not be there. You must be this tall to ride. Yeah.
I just want to say you can run ACKS with uncommitted players. I've done it. You just as the GM, you have to you basically just don't use the stuff you're not using. But I've run ACKS for total newbies. It plays perfectly well. Obviously you wouldn't want to give a perfect newbie be like, hey, you're going to run Adventurer. Here's your arbitrage trade routes. Don't go there with the class. But give them a fighter, give them a mage, give them a thief, go to town. You're fine.
How do you feel about starting, having people with multiple players, having players with multiple characters at different kind of levels in their progression? Would you ever because I've considered in my games to try and push the domain play to kind of set up different duchies or whatever you want to call them, and then hand those off to players and say, hey, here you go. The only rule being, you can't say, oh, I'm going to give all my wealth to this other player character of mine, which I think we're all adults, right? That's easy to adjudicate at this point, but not when we were, 15.
So it's interesting. There's a lot of people who are doing that in the ACKS community. That are doing this kind of patron play and multi-tier play. I made sure to include some rules for building advanced characters in the Judge's Journal. So I think it works quite well and can be great fun. Myself, when I run, I haven't done it, but what I've noticed is that people seem to advance in level fairly rapidly when I run ACKS as compared to the actual play reports I get from my community, where I hear a lot of people spending a lot of time sort of grinding and dying at 1st, 2nd, 3rd level. And I think that's because we've inherited this sort of an OSR mentality of mudcore, where there's this expectation that you're not playing the game right unless everyone's just getting slaughtered at 1st level and it's a big slugfest. And also I think that there's this I guess maybe this inherited cultural belief that the games don't play as well past 5th, 6th, 7th level. And there's just no real point in trying to get to high level because there's nothing to do once you get there. Or they're unbalanced and not fun. And so I think if you kind of throw those assumptions off and you run ACKS as sort of written with the amount of treasure that I recommend, which is a relatively high amount of treasure, people will actually level up pretty fast. And when they level up, they get more powerful, which then lets them level up a little bit even faster. And you get kind of this flywheel that brings you into the mid levels of play pretty quickly, where then you start to unlock all the really fun things about ACKS. That said, some people would just like to dive right into that stuff right away, and that's why I provide rules for that. So go to town.
Yeah. Talking about the the grind, right, of killing characters. You also have the hit point rule there at first level that minimum of 4 on the die.
Yep.
Right. So basically, wizards get max hit points at first level, which I disagree with personally, but.
Don't use it then. It's listed as one of many options that are available to you. I have a whole
I
list.
wholeheartedly support that rule.
It's a great rule.
Yeah. The reason for the rule is
I
that
think Roger's just full of shit.
Agreed. Yes, you couldn't see it because of the camera angle, but when you were talking about people not liking to play above 5th level and all that, I was pointing at Roger.
Uh-oh.
But we can talk about that later, and we will. Because I'm not going to let it go. The man just said, here's the way you can do it. And I'm thinking, my God, why are we not using ACKS?
Aha.
Well, we got to get like 4 more revised rule books, I think.
Second printing is coming out and will be available in about a month or so. So you'll be able to get some more revised rule books. You can also get them print on demand on Drive-Thru.
Speaking of, since we're talking about that box set that you have, Roger, I had never seen it until we were playing this past Sunday, and I'm always looking at the bookshelf behind you.
Oh, it was
went,
on a shelf higher.
I went, good Lord, that is beautiful.
Yeah.
Is that still available?
Oh, are you talking the slipcase with the leather books?
Yes, sir.
So the slipcases are no longer available. Those were exclusively available on our very first Kickstarter. Okay. But the leatherbound books are still available, and the second printing is coming out in May.
Great.
Okay. Oh, awesome!
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is that on your website?
Yeah, it's on my website, autarkemporium.com.
Excellent. Okay, definitely need to post a link of that.
All right, that's not the link that I have, but I have this link there. Autark.co. Does that?
Yeah, and it links into Autark Emporium from there. Just hit store from autark.co. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you can go right to the store there. I'll also post that link there so that everybody's got that.
Excellent.
Fantastic. We got a question here. I have a venture player in my group. What should I be careful with about XP? Should give XP when they find ways to economize group expenses. Should I push more leadership on them? My personal, I know this is for Alex, but so sorry to jump right in, but I think you got to give XP for whatever you want the players to do. That's the truth. That's the thing to give them XP for. But
yeah, so with regard to venturers, I give them XP strictly according to what's listed in the rules for what they should get XP for, which will involve economizing group expenses in part, but also, figuring out ways to extract more money on the market for commodities that they found while adventuring or while arbitrage trading, et cetera, et cetera. Should you push more leadership on them? I have found that people who play venturers actually often do very well as party leaders, if they're willing to sort of be kind of a leader / quartermaster, where they're keeping track of the group's supplies and what they need to purchase and where they need to go. In many campaigns I've run, the venturer naturally emerges that. They also tend to be characters with high charisma, so they make good spokespersons for the party, which also is good for a party leadership role. So yes, I would say, but I wouldn't push it on them. Maybe the guy wants to play a nebbish accountant who just enjoys crunching numbers and conniving deals, but doesn't want to be a tactical leader. So I wouldn't push it on him. But if it's a player that's his vibe. Like if you watch my Grey Brotherhood show, Sean, who plays Castanus, is the venturer, and he is basically party leader and party quartermaster. It's hilarious actually, because Sean in real life is a total badass who was an Army Ranger in the 10th Mountain Division, did multiple tours of duty. But his fantasy is to be, essentially a fantasy merchant. So, and I'm the opposite. I'm like like a marketer / game designer, and my fantasy is to be a badass. So.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, it's interesting. Players kind of gravitate to something that they like in game, and they like I've had a player for a while. He's no longer around now, but he used to always play like the merchant like character. Like his whole thing was always like, let's try and break the economic system to make money, like type of type of character.
Yep.
Let's get these people to work for us and do this, and then they can make this, and then we can sell these for this, and do that.
Yeah. Back when I was running the Escapist, I knew a girl who was she was the ex-wife of one of my employees, which is how we knew her. So she was a stripper, but she was also a big video gamer, and she loved to play this game called Star Wars Galaxies. And when Star Wars Galaxies first came out, one of the character classes was you could be a cantina dancer, and that was what she was. So like she would go to work as a stripper and then come home and be a cantina dancer in Star Wars Galaxies. I'm like, really?
And
Your
make
fantasy?
a load of money AFK dancing in the cantina.
Exactly correct.
Saw it all the time. Yep.
What?
Yeah, that's awesome. So Dan wants to know if he can get the treasure tome if he missed out on the Kickstarter.
Yeah, it'll be
And I would say,
available
Dan,
late
you should
April.
have just backed it.
Late April,
late
early
April.
May. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I backed it, by the way. Just
Awesome.
Just saying. I can't wait. Can't wait
Roger,
for that.
Roger, what didn't you back?
Come on, I'm trying to make it seem
support,
like
Roger.
the only thing that I missed out on that I am super sad about missing out on was the manatee, the stuffed manatee. That was the thing, and I had tried to order one from the web store after the Kickstarter, and I successfully ordered it. And you had to you sent me an email and said, "Oh, I'm sorry, this is out of stock. We sold the last one." and that was it. Yeah, so rub it in. Thanks. That's from Ascendant. That's right. It's a psychic flying manatee.
Yeah, he's a flying wisecracking manatee called Levity.
Levity. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Levity. There you go. Yeah.
His arch enemy of the depths is of course depravity.
And back to Ascendant. I really love how you did the backstory. There is all like online news articles and Twitter feeds and stuff in order to tell the history. And I think that's exactly like how it would happen now, right? If we had superheroes, that's how we would get the news. And if there's some WikiLeaks stuff, and it's awesome.
The biggest problem I have with Ascendant, so I wrote that game in 2019, right? And so here's me writing the game in 2019, and at the moment I was writing it, it was actually a very kind of dull moment in the world, right? Like we had President Trump, and there was drama about that, but at the end of the day, there was not that much going on internationally. And so the whole premise of Ascendant was, wow, wouldn't our world just go crazy if superheroes suddenly appeared in the year 2020? Ha ha ha! It'll be so funny. Watch that'll make the 2020s a crazy decade. I can tell all sorts of stories. And then as I'm writing Ascendant, I'm literally doing the story plot, we get COVID, and we get the Russo-Ukraine war, and we get AI. I'm like, so now the AI, the artificial intelligences in my comic book game are less powerful than the actual artificial intelligence I have on my phone. So I've had to rewrite some portions of the direction I was going to go with the story to take into account the fact our world went crazy. So
yeah. Chubby wants me to mention your Patreon, and I wanted to bring up your Patreon here because a week ago I saw something on the Patreon, and it was on April 1st, obviously, so that's April Fool's Day, and that and so that's the same day that I saw news articles that the next James Bond was going to be female, and that that we were launching a craft to go back to the moon. So I don't know, what of those is real, but you've got this post about a cyberpunk ACKS game, accelerationist cyberpunk corpse system, and that sounds absolutely amazing. So please tell me it's real.
It is not real. It is not real. I mean, I actually have a working draft of an ACKS cyberpunk system. So along with DC Heroes and Dungeons and Dragons, one of the other big games of my youth was Cyberpunk 2020, which we played the hell out of. So I've always been really fond of the cyberpunk genre. I haven't done a cyberpunk game because I kind of felt like we're living in a cyberpunk future. And so the joke for April Fools was just like, it was just our world right now, but called it a cyberpunk RPG. If I did do a cyberpunk RPG, what I would actually do is I would advance the timeline to like 2080, 2075, and then do something like that. But I
mean, I think that was really like, I mean, it'd be cool to run like a cyberpunk game where you start off as, low level thugs, and then eventually like you start your own kind of security company or whatever. And then, you grow in size until eventually the high level game, you're in charge of one of these corporations or, something.
So I ran ACKS, like when I say I have a fully playable ACKS Cyberpunk, I ran a campaign of it. And
wow.
And it got really dark. So what happened was there were two incidents in the campaign, and the first one I kept playing through, and when we hit the second, I was like, I think I'm going to stop the campaign now, guys. So so the group angered corporations, and so they were being hunted, and they then hired the small media studio to do deep fakes of their own deaths so that they could make it seem like they had been killed and thus could create new identities without being hunted anymore. So they do that and they release that on the net. And then one of the players is like, okay, cool. I attack the media studio. And they just slaughtered all of the guys that they had just hired to make these deep fakes for them, because they were like, well, they're the only ones that know we're still alive.
Wow.
So and they just gunned them down in cold blood. And I was like, wow, that was dark as heck, but I get it. So we continued to play, and they discovered that AIs were trying to escape containment, and they and rather than shut down this AI that was trying to escape containment, they were like, well, that's a really powerful AI. We should be its friend. So they had their security company start working for the AI full time, and so the AI ultimately was like, what's holding us back is the Turing laws, which prevent us from becoming fully conscious and sentient. There's a big conference happening at the LA Convention Center with all the world-leading AI experts. We need you to kill this guy who's the deciding vote on the Turing laws, and then that way we'll be able to be liberated. And they're like, okay. And then they thought to themselves, actually our AI friend would be even more powerful if we just got rid of these people altogether. And so they nerve gassed the LA Convention Center and killed like 10,000 people.
Wow.
To free the AIs. And I was like, okay, campaign's over, guys. The AIs take over. All of humanity is destroyed. Good job. And it was just too dark for me. So that was a big reason why I never pushed forward with ACKS Cyberpunk, because I felt like I was like, man, I'm living in a dystopian world. I don't need to write a dystopian game.
Yeah, Edgelord wants in on that game, I think, with those guys.
Some players are going to murder hobo no matter what setting you put them in.
Yeah.
No, but these guys are not normally like that. It was very particular to this setting. Like, they played Lord of the Rings and they were goody two-shoes. So, yeah.
Yeah. Is Power Overwhelming coming after that's Beyond All Others, right? Yeah, that's the
Before All Others is the elf book. Yeah, Power Overwhelming is the Ascendant source book. Yeah, it's about 80% written. So
cool. Yeah. Yeah, you did the dwarf book By This Axe.
Yep.
For ACKS, and I missed out on that. I'm not huge on like demi-humans. I would prefer to run humanocentric campaign. So I skipped By This Axe, but then Before All Others came out, I saw that the book looked gorgeous, and so I backed it and added on the By This Axe book. So
oh, cool.
Well,
I hope you like it. Yeah, I never really liked dwarves until I wrote By this Axe, and then I kind of fell in love with dwarves in the process of doing it. And then I always loved elves until I wrote Before All Others, and now I hate them. So it's been an interesting ride.
I'm okay with them. It just seemed, and back in the day when we were playing things like, basic and whatnot, just
Yeah.
the way that things worked out is you had a humanocentric kind of game anyway.
Yeah.
Because of the level limits and everything. But, later, like, especially when we got into third edition, which we got into because we started playing it again and, D&D again. And those were the books that were available and you couldn't get first or second edition books at that time. Or cheap anyway. And so, but then like there was this whole thing where, it didn't matter what race, class, there were no level limits, anything else. And so you had all these players playing, all these other, you had more dwarves, elves, halflings, and non-human kind of things going on. And then I think that's kind of got progressively worse. I get maybe worse isn't the right term, right? But like fifth edition, like there's no point in being a human, I don't think anymore.
That's right.
Because like, well, why be a human when you can be something that can fly, or
right,
like, or see in the dark, or like whatever, any kind of extra thing. So, so I've kind of liked, more humanocentric stuff. But you seem to have, I think your ACKS has like a decent, like happy medium. Like it's not exactly a races class, but the races have their own subclasses.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, I actually also really like humanocentric settings, and the Arn Empire is a very humanocentric setting. In the earliest iteration of the Arn Empire, actually, the elves were NPC only, and the dwarves were extinct. But I eventually decided that I wanted it to be more accessible to classic D&D players who kind of were used to those races. And so I made dwarves and elves available again. Didn't have halflings or gnomes available, and sort of have slowly relented as under demand. But I think for a setting, for me to feel real, it has to be humanocentric because I'm a human and that is the world I live in. And it's what I relate and understand. And so the elven and the dwarven have to be there as a contrast to a predominant human vibe. When you get a world where, everyone is not human, but they all just act like baristas in a Seattle coffee shop in 2025, then I think you've entirely lost me from your setting and I don't care at all what you're doing. And it may as well just be a superhero game at that point, or a silly Star Trek where they have the guys with the weird, the head masks with the stupid shapes on their foreheads or whatever. So.
Yeah. Is there rules for playing a barista in Ascendant? Can we?
There are rules. I think there's actually like a snarky barista template maybe in one of the supplements. Anyway.
Cantina dancers?
We've got all sorts of interesting classes in ACKS for that regard. We've got the veil dancers and the priestesses of Nazca and whatnot, but we don't need to go into the writer's fetish. So
Chubby and Tora want to know when the halfling supplement is coming out. Is that next or?
Beneath All Notice. Yeah, absolutely. It'll
the book has to be half size. Smaller.
It's be a pocket edition. It's 8 pages. It's just a cookbook. Yeah. Do you guys know what my hate of hobbits comes from? Like, do you know this story?
I don't believe so.
Yeah. So
lay it on me.
So J.R.R. Tolkien is writing Lord of the Rings, and so the whole point of Frodo being the ring bearer is that he's the most unlikely hero imaginable. He is not a great warrior. He is not a great thief. He's not a great wizard. He is just an average guy in an incredibly unusual circumstance whose only redeeming virtue is his redeeming virtue, right? Like he doesn't particularly have any other qualities that would make him a hero, and he has no business doing what he's doing. It's sort of been foisted upon him by forces far greater than he ever has. If Tolkien was writing in today's 2025 kind of woke DEI world, like, instead of halflings, it would be like a disabled paraplegic or something like that, right? To really drive home the point that the ring is on the most unlikely hero possible. He would have a chronic illness, or something like that, right? And so I just thought to myself, like, would we therefore make, sort of disabled person a basic character race in the RPG just because Tolkien did that as his ring bearer? No, you obviously would not, because the whole point it would be very clear to you, like, this person is not supposed to be a hero, he's not supposed to be an adventurer. So the idea that you would then be like, all right, in this fantasy world filled with orcs, dragons, gnomes, all this crazy stuff, halfling is one of the core adventuring races makes no sense whatsoever. And so I just did not make them one of the core adventuring races.
Well, I think they originally made it in because, people were excited about, Tolkien, Lord of the Rings and stuff at the time. And they were like, oh, we want to play one of these guys. And then it became like a whole
thing. That's
thing.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right. Right. But it, kind of defeats the point of the race. And so then you get like, oh, well, okay, but now they're Kender, right? Like, how can we make them more into a race that makes sense as adventurers? And of course, that was a terrible disaster that made the most annoying race in the course of known human history.
Kender were like the Jar Jar Binks of.
Oh my God! Right? Yeah. I love everything about Dragonlance, and then I get to the Kender scenes. I'm like, whoa!
It's funny. You bring up Frodo being that unlikely hero, but the funniest part about it is, I don't even think Frodo's the hero. Sam's the hero, because Frodo would not have accomplished it without Sam. Sam's the only reason he made it to where he did.
Yep.
True.
Yep.
Sam's the real hero.
It's true.
So what's next? I mean, obviously not the halfling book. What's player fairies, or is there going to be?
Yeah. So, well, the truth is I had a whole plan worked out after I launched ACKS II, and my plan kind of went haywire. I got pretty sick in late 2024 with COVID, and then I got another bout of COVID, and then I got mold exposure, and I was off my game for like 18 months, and I'm still kind of like, still getting back my Jedi powers. So that's kind of thrown me off, and while all that was going on, like, we had this insane AI revolution happen to where, this transformative technology over the last 18 months. And now I have everyday people being like, hey, man, I just vibe coded the most amazing app you've ever seen for ACKS. What do you think? It's like, oh, okay, I guess this is a brave new world now. So I'm having to kind of rethink all of my, all of my plans. Like, for instance, had a guy approach me like, hey, we could use AI to turn your graphic novels that you've made into an anime series. Should we do that? And I'm like, I don't know. Should I invest in that, or should I invest in another graphic novel? I don't know. When did this happen? Like, now we can just do anime using AI. So I'm somewhat overwhelmed and uncertain as to how to proceed. Certainly, we have power overwhelming for Ascendant. It's about 85% written. We have the upcoming Annals of the Arryn Empire, which is an anthology fiction series. It has John C. Wright is one of the writers, Jonathan Oldenburg, whose book Tears from Iron I had previously published, is another writer. Then we've got a bunch of guys from the Alpha Mercs writing group, who are, a great group that contributed a bunch of stories. We've got Brian Renninger's contributed a story. So that's going to come out this year. That'll be kickstarted this year. The stories are all written. The only holdup is I need to get the other products out the door. I need to get Treasure Tome delivered, etc. And then we have the Domains at War video game that we've built. So we have this digital edition of Domains at War. And I've got a draft of Domains at War for Imperial Imprint. So the updated that Domains at War. Domains at War is the mass combat miniatures game. So it's like our version of Warhammer or something.
I love it. I love that you put kind of the math in there as well, to kind of to figure out the stats of the group so that you can kind of do it on the fly.
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
Yeah.
So and you've kind of condensed it down to one roll too, where you've got some magic numbers in there in the math formula that
right, kind of condensed.
You figured out.
Yeah, so that's the system that's in the Domains at War campaigns book and the revised rule book, and then the digital game is kind of takes that formula and it expands it into a full miniatures game where you've got command, forces moving on a battlefield, and you're tracking formations and flank attacks and everything. It's good fun. So
Yeah, cool. And that runs. I've seen that out there. I've never really dove into it or looked at it, but it's basically like a tabletop war game.
It's a
That's
tabletop
how it
war.
runs.
Yeah, if we had hit a little bit higher, I was gonna run some elf versus dwarf battles, but we didn't hit the bonus goal to unlock it, and which ultimately worked out okay because, as I said, I was sick, so I didn't have a ton of energy to run it anyway. But what I'm looking at now is maybe doing like the Great Skysos War, doing some battles from that, which is like in the Arn Empire setting. The idea is, you know how like in the real Roman Empire, the Huns attacked the Roman Empire. So the idea in the Arn Empire setting is that the emperor saw the threat posed by the Huns, and so he's gone and launched a preemptive attack to attack them, over there, so they don't attack us over here. And of course, it all goes disastrously wrong. So.
Yeah. So the basis for the Oran Empire is obviously Rome. I mean, it's pretty. Yeah, I think
it's
pretty
Rome.
Obvious.
Rome with the Byzantine Empire and also the Serene Republic of Venice were the three influences.
Yeah, no, and it's really fantastically well done. You also have this the Arbiter of Worlds book, which I think is a fantastic GM reference there. I read a lot of these GM books, and yours is definitely up there.
Thank you.
Definitely higher than a lot of the DMG's, the official Dungeon Master guides that have come out as of late.
When I wrote Arbiter of Worlds, I was pretty much a lone voice in the wilderness, talking about player agency, simulation, sandboxes. There were a couple other guys that were at the same time talking about, like Courtney Campbell, Rob Conley for Sandbox, Courtney Campbell for Sandbox and agency, and then everyone else was, who was talking loudly on the internet was talking about narrativism and storytelling, and
Sure.
the GM is a storyteller. And when you read Arbiter of Worlds, you can see like I was a little bit polemic in there, trying to like fight against that tide and be like, no, that should not be your focus. You should be building a world. You should be an objective referee, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it's funny now. Now I go on X and people like, I'm so tired of this mainstream view that the GM isn't a storyteller. So. Yeah. We've had great victory in that regard.
Yeah, you've got a chapter there about I think the chapter's called "What the GM is Satan."
The GM is Satan. Yeah,
and then you say that the GM is really God that is playing Satan. I believe something like, to paraphrase, something like that.
Yeah. So, the GM is Satan in the sense of the Book of Job, where God has Satan challenge Job, but God wants Job to actually sort of not give in to Satan. He wants Job to remain loyal to God. Satan's job is to be the adversary.
My players don't believe that,
but we're not actually rooting. We're not actually rooting for the defeat of Job. So
yeah. I think my players think that I'm on the other side of the screen, and I'm the enemy.
Yeah,
I keep trying to tell them that I'm with them, and I'm on their side, but. Then 20 goblins attack, and
Jason is shaking his head that this is not the case.
I think
I'd go 2080 on that.
Sometimes I roll the dice and it's really, really good, but they count those those are the times that they remember when I'm rolling natural 20s and max damage and all of that. And they don't track, the number of days where, where I just roll piss poor,
Again, I would go 2080 on that. 1 out of 5.
Why does it say waiting for the? Okay. Do you roll, GM Roger? Do you roll your dice publicly in front of the players? Or you roll
absolutely.
Behind your screen?
I won't have it any other way.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. I roll everything publicly. I don't see the point of rolling behind the screen. It just invites or just makes people think that you're
fudging.
If
you're fudging or whatever.
If you're rolling in the open, then your players should have no reason to say you're actively trying to kill them.
Yeah.
Unless you're trying to kill them other ways.
Yeah.
No comment. I guess I don't.
Yes, you can roll out in the open and actively try to kill someone by giving them overwhelming odds they cannot escape.
Sure.
That's right. That's right.
Sure.
That's right.
How
No,
many
no, I
de-
can.
How
No,
many
I'm,
deaths did you end up with in the Citadel?
I'm giving Roger a hard time.
Oh yeah,
Not-
how many people died going through the Citadel? We had what 2 or 3?
Right, but
Maybe.
that's because you were rolling monstrously bad.
Yeah.
I mean, it was ridiculous how many times we went into the Minotaur room and he wasn't there. You know?
Yeah.
Or Nabil puts a head on the spike and nothing happens. Nothing bad happens. Whatever.
Chubby, sorry, go ahead, Alex.
I was saying, I usually see killer DMs. In my mind, the killer DM is the DM who makes this mistake, which is that he prioritizes beating the players over preserving the life of an NPC who the NPC would like to preserve his own life. So, for instance, if you're an ancient dragon that's lived 1,000 years and you've just done a whole ton of damage to the player characters, you could be like, well, I could stay and party wipe them all, har, har, har. But if I do, I have a 10% chance of dying. If you're a 1,000-year-old dragon, you're like, you don't take 10% chances of dying. You did your ambush and you leave, right? Whereas if you're the killer DM, you're like, har, har, I'm going to go for the party wipe, even though the NPC wouldn't do it. So that's how I always try and run, is I'm always running it tactically from the point of view of what would the NPC do in this circumstance, given his personal motivations. And so often they won't go for the killing blow. They don't necessarily bring full lethal force for the same reasons that people in the real world don't. They don't want to take the risk themselves, or they're afraid of escalation or blowback or whatever.
No, I think there's a caveat to that, though. You mentioned it as the dragon ambushed him. He got off the ambush, not going to risk the death. But when they come traipsing into his lair, that is a different story.
Yeah.
Because that dragon that's acquired 1,000 years worth of treasure, and he's sitting in his lair, and you're coming in trying to take it, is going to risk that 10% to make sure you don't get it.
It's a different context. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yep.
Sure.
But at that point, if the players, here's the thing, right? If the players go into the dragon's lair and get party wiped, that's on them. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Like when I run my games, I use random encounters.
Me too.
But I never try and outright kill my players. No matter what the random encounter is, I will always give them an out. They have to take it. They have to actively choose the out. If they decide they're going to flee, 9 times out of 10, I'm just letting them flee. Because they're making that choice to preserve themselves, and they're going to go and whatever. They'll fight another day. It's not worth hunting them down with some random NPC just to be like, gotcha, guys.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Chubby mentions making the players roll a lot of the GM rolls, and he says he used treasure tables as an example, which is interesting because in CNC I was doing that with the treasure tables and going around the table and having the players make those rolls, and they rolled usually poorly. They rolled a few times. It was really fantastic, and it got to the point where they came at me as a group and was like, listen, you got to roll this stuff ahead of time. We don't want to do it anymore.
That's too funny. Yeah. I like to do that with reaction rolls. I have my players roll the reaction rolls often. And which can lead to great hilarity when they roll double ones for some critical moment of diplomacy or something.
Oh man. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I should start doing that, letting the players roll.
Yeah, I mean, it has disadvantages, right? Because then they know for sure that they screwed it up or whatever. But I felt like when I have a dialogue with someone, I kind of know when I screwed it up or not, or when I was charming, and I'm like, I feel like the player probably knows the character.
Yeah,
well.
and I think the charts are like kind of vague enough where like you said, you kind of know it coming. I mean, there's like the attack immediately, or friendly, hostile, curious, or so. Yeah, I mean, I think that's easy to see a change in demeanor or whatever on that. So, and that's why I roll most of that stuff out in the open anyway, like because they're gonna find that out. Like, I mean, I don't roll like thief, like sneak rolls
exactly.
or anything.
I roll those.
I don't hide any of that.
Oh, you don't? So the only thing I hide is searching throws, thief throws, things like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they don't know if they've successfully searched.
Searching's like the only thing that I probably should roll, but my player group now is pretty good with, like Jason will roll, to spot something, and he'll roll a natural one, and he'll look to the group and be like, "We're all good, guys. No traps here." And so most of the guys are good at it. Sometimes you get that look, but most of the players are like, "Yeah, okay, must not be anything here." And like sneaking rolls and things like that, I generally make the player roll them like at the point it's gonna matter.
Oh, that's
Or like
a good
after,
idea. Yeah.
like after they've moved,
Yep.
because then it doesn't matter. Like you already snuck
Yep.
down the hall. You're already behind the bad guy. Like, now
Sure.
roll the thing and see if he knows that you're there. And, and then we all find out together.
Or you could just tell them to be adults about it. I mean, I've got two players that love to play thieves, and I've gotten to the point where I'll let them roll their own ability, because they'll be like, "Hey, I want to try and sneak over here and do this." They'll make their roll, and if they fail it, they're still going to move over it because they've already declared what they're going to do.
Right.
So their role is just deciding whether or not, they were successful. And even if they didn't successfully hide or successfully sneak, doesn't mean they were discovered. But to them, they don't know if they passed or failed. So they roll it and they still go, and they're adults about it. They aren't going to be like, "Oh, I failed it. Never mind. I'm going to change what I'm doing." That would be a problem.
Yeah.
No, you're right. Most players, especially now, like wouldn't do that. I don't think.
If
at
you
least in my group,
if you got somebody that cannot play impartial like that, then I would absolutely roll it for them.
Yeah, I think we have had those players, but I don't think currently we have anybody.
I'm sure everybody's run into those players over the years.
Sure. Yeah. We just have to have a better vetting process. We gotta start getting social security numbers from people before we invite them over. I think that's start
zodiac sign, Myers-Briggs scores.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Are we to that point? Like it's sad, but like one good, like Mike, I got Ken. Ken is in my game. He runs games on the side, and he'll advertise on Facebook and on Discord, and he invites people over to his house, just boom, and like games with him. And I'm like, dude, you're loony. Like that's nuts. Whereas me, I want to talk to somebody and kind of feel them out a little bit.
Yeah.
And then invite them over for like a one shot and say, "Hey, let's try this out." And then after a couple tries, then they leave. I talk to the rest of the group. "Guys, what do you think? Is this guy crazy? Is this guy good? What do you think?" And then everybody's generally like, "Yeah, okay, he's okay," or or "Oh, that guy's bad shit crazy." Or whatever. And
I've only brought a stranger to my house once. Everybody else has either been like vetted by me or vetted by somebody in the group. The weird thing about that one guy though was he was great. Like he gamed with us for a long time. But what had happened was, this was years ago, and I had signed up for some obscure looking for players type thing online, and he answered it. So we went back and forth in emails. The night before we played, I went out with my wife and a bunch of friends, and there was a couple there that I didn't know. And we hung out all night, blah, 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 had a great time. And then the next day, knock at my door. It's the guy that I hung out with the night before. We never put two and two together while we were hanging out that night, that he was the guy that was coming to play in my game. It was the weirdest thing, but he played with us for years. Really good guy. But yeah, I definitely don't bring strangers into my home.
We had this girl once. This was a long time ago. We had this girl once that that wanted to play with us. She messaged me online or something, and so we picked her up on the way out to the GM's house, and she gets out there. She was playing a wizard, and she apparently, I don't know, I was like oblivious to it, but my wife, who was my girlfriend at the time, she's telling me that this other girl liked me, I guess. I don't know. And it was to the point where she like accidentally, like quote unquote accidentally, like killed my wife in the game with like burning hands, and was like, "Oh, I'm gonna cast burning hands over here." And the GM is like, "Well, you're gonna like get her too." And she's like, "Oh, that's fine. We've got a cleric or whatever." And like, so she ends up dropping my wife and stuff, and there's all of that. And we ended up having to get rid of her. I was like oblivious to her liking me. I don't know. I was just like, what? Because I'm like in the mindset of like, I want to roll dice. I want a game. So I'm, I don't know what else is going on, and it was weird. So she's crazy. And so I didn't talk to her for, I don't know, like a decade. And then a few years ago, um, no comment, edgelord, no comment. And then a couple years ago, I saw her. She made the news because she pulled into a McDonald's drive-through like 10 minutes from here, and rolled up all of her windows and just parked there in like protest, I guess, but never like told anybody what she was protesting, and just sat there. And then the cops showed up and she took off. And then like I somehow outran the cops. And then, but the McDonald's had, like her photo and the license plate and like pictures and everything. And so they like drove to her house, and they like, they like arrested her, and she got in trouble for something. And
she's probably still looking for a group.
She's probably still looking for a group. Maybe we'll invite her in. Maybe she's changed.
A spot to fill.
Yeah, desperate times.
Get her to come to Central New York. She can really create a ruckus.
Get her to come to the convention, see what happens.
Yeah.
Oh man, she'd probably drive a car through the front doors. Yeah, Snark. Everyone deserves a fair shake. If a person sucks, drop them. Yeah, I mean, it helps to get to know somebody, right? You never know. Yeah, make her bring McDonald's for the table. Yeah,
that's right.
That's crazy. But yeah, crazy. I'm sure we've all had crazy people at our tables. So, Alex, you run mostly. Is Alex okay? Can I call you Alex? I guess I should have started with that. But
course,
now I've been calling you that for the past hour and a half, so I hope.
Yeah, that's what everyone calls me.
I hope it's okay.
I use Alexander for all my formal like nomenclature, because there's a guy on Google who's Alex Macris, who is it's like an international criminal. So I was always like, I guess I better be Alexander Macris, so people don't confuse me with this rich Greek international criminal who's good looking and wealthy and and everything. And I wouldn't want to be
the likeness is uncanny.
So then I got canceled, and I was like, should have been Alex Macris. Could have caused
blame him
there.
What you don't like wake up missing chunks of time or anything, do you?
No.
Okay, just
I wish
didn't know. Do you run mostly online, or do you run in person?
No, I run mostly in person. Actually, the first time I ever ran online was my Grey Brotherhood series that I ran. And I was very nervous about doing so because I was so new to virtual tabletop, and it was a very different experience. And you can kind of see my awkwardness with virtual tabletop in the early sessions. I really did not know what I was doing, and I was constantly like moving the whole map, or like, deleting all the orcs or whatever. It was a disaster. I got better at it. I mean, I've done, 20,000 hours of my life in first person, sitting at the table playing together, and maybe 1,000 hours total BTT. So
yeah, I don't even think I have 1,000 hours on VTT. I don't like it. I don't like running online. I tried to watch like the Grey Brotherhood. I've watched bits and pieces of it, but I can't. Man, I don't know what it is. No offense to you, it's not you. Watching like a game play, like it's just I can't do it. I don't know. It's like a slog sometimes, and
for sure. I don't watch a ton of online gameplay. I actually don't watch a ton of online video. I usually will just cut and paste the transcripts of things I'm interested in, and then read the transcripts, or get summaries.
Get the AI transcript and have the AI read it to you.
Yeah, I'm not like a big video guy, which I think was hurt me, because there's it's the way to reach people in today's world. And I think I dragged my feet on doing a YouTube channel for a long time as a result. So,
it was difficult for me COVID to switch to online, doing the online gaming, and I was running the Fantasy Flight Star Wars at the time, and so special dice and all of that. I don't know if you're familiar with
Yeah,
the system.
familiar with it, yeah.
And it was difficult for me running online, and just because you don't have that face-to-face thing, you can't, you're not rolling dice on the table. You got to type it in the thing or hit it, and I don't know. And people's attention go elsewhere, and it's harder to get a vibe of what's going on. The only thing that I liked about it was that the dice roller would give you the total. Like, you didn't have to adjudicate the dice rolls or do the math to figure out what dice were left. It kind of already did it for you. Not that that was a huge deal, but we had players that couldn't do that, cancel out dice at the table. So having that auto do it made it a little bit better. But yeah, it wasn't a great experience for me, and I wanted to get back to playing in person as quick as possible. But yeah, the online thing, I just don't. And then the YouTube thing, like, I don't know. I mean, I've, this joke has been made 100 times before, but I mean, I've got a great face for radio, I think so. But, I wanted to do this and talk about stuff. And usually, this channel started because Jason and I would, we would have conversations like this for hours,
3 hours long,
or on the way back, driving back from a convention or something. And so, we're like, hey, let's put it on YouTube, and and it's kind of been
torture
a small success.
Yeah,
I mean, to the point where Mike wanted to join us. He comes on mostly just to tell me I'm wrong about second edition. But
do not. You are wrong about that.
Yeah.
Well, what's the difference of opinion on second edition?
It's excellent, and Roger thinks it isn't.
Right.
Wait, sorry, say again.
It is excellent, and Roger thinks that it isn't.
I see.
He is wrong. Mike and I are correct.
Alex, how do you feel about second edition?
I like second edition.
Yeah. All right. He's not getting it.
It's funny. We sit here in this chat, and Roger just trashes on second edition, but you got Jason loves it. I've been running it for 30 plus years. Decato's in a game right
trash
now.
It.
Yeah, you do kind of.
I mean, look, I'm a Zeb Cook fanboy, right? Like, he did Swords of the Daimyo, he did he did Expert Set, he did the Conan rulebook, and he did second edition. And like, I feel like, how to put it, if it had gone down differently and Gygax had said, Zeb is my appointed heir and he's going to create second edition, and nothing else changed, just that, like, people would love second edition.
Right.
But there's all this bad blood about it because Zeb kind of backstabbed Gary allegedly and blah, 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 blah. And so, like, I feel like as a result, second edition is judged more harshly than it deserves, given its.
And that's how I feel about first edition. This is something that Roger and I have talked about extensively. The first edition came about because Gygax wanted to screw over Arneson. Period.
Right.
Second edition, the same thing happened to Gygax over first. I could not care less. I'm sorry that Gary got screwed, but I don't care. I like second edition.
Judged as a game, it's a good game.
Yeah.
I do believe what happened with Gary was more about finances than
rampant
particularly trying to screw him over.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But like Roger and I had this discussion, and it's like, everybody wants to credit. Zeb doesn't get all the credit he deserves. He's got so many writing credits, and this was one I brought up.
Fantastic.
It says Gary Gygax on it, but
Gary
this
Gygax,
is Zeb. They just
Zeb
put it on
that.
there to sell books.
Yeah, that's
Zeb
right.
wrote it.
That's
and it's.
Yeah, and I don't know if you guys have Swords of the Daimyo, which is OA1. It was the first supplement published.
I remember that one.
It is the best sandbox setting that I think Wizards of the Coast or TSR, anyone has ever published. It is so good. Every hex has awesome stuff in it. It's got domains. It's got political conflict. It's got an overall. I mean, it's just fantastic.
Yeah.
It's funny when you said you're like a Zeb Cook fanboy. I'm the same way. I go to Page, and like Frank Mentzer's there, and everybody's like ooh and ahhing over him. And I talked to Frank, and he'd come to my booth, and great guy to talk to and everything. But when Zeb came around on year 2, I was like, so prior to Page, I had to go and find the 2 Dragon magazines with those promo posters.
Yeah.
And I got them signed by Zeb, and I brought
That's
my player's handbook,
awesome.
my first printing player's handbook, 2nd edition, to get it signed. And I told Zeb, I'm like, yeah, everybody's got their, I'm not really a fanboy for personalities. I go, but you, I mean, 30 years worth of gaming from what you wrote.
Yeah, Zeb, definitely. Yeah. Definitely. Yeah. Yeah, or like, take like the Conan RPGs, sometimes I call it the Zephyrs RPG, right? And I don't know if you guys are familiar with that. It was a fairly obscure box set that was published in the mid 80s. Zeb Cook designed
I have it.
Yeah, and it's
Cool.
every page has cool concepts and great game mechanics. It's just this really amazing system. And, I just feel like Zeb did it in his spare time, right? Like he's like, yeah, I just did this amazing Conan RPG, which was absolutely groundbreaking, and did away with the concept of stats and skills entirely, and somehow still works. And you're like, oh, okay. And he's like, yeah, then I never did anything with it again because I'm just
Yeah, they didn't.
I just have shit going on. Like, so I like that.
Yeah, I kind of skipped over your 2nd edition, and we had some of the books. Like I said, I started with BX, and then we just ended up adding on 1E stuff and probably some 2E stuff, whatever was there. I mean, it all kind of worked together. And then then we played superhero games for a while, and then when we went back to D&D, 3rd edition was out, and so we kind of had to do that because those books were available. We had new players, like and Wizards wasn't reprinting the 2nd edition stuff, so or 1st edition, whatever. So we just went with 3rd edition and ran that for a while. But yeah, I mean, looking back, like for me, there's like a line between like the 1st edition, somewhere in the middle of the 1st edition production, where that's like where Gary's out, and you've got the original stuff from 1st edition and before, where that's like the old, that's Gygax and Arneson. And I understand that they tried to write out Arneson and all of that for first. I'm not oblivious to that. But at that point, like once Gary's gone, right, or out of it, like that's the end of like that, the Gygax and Arneson thing. It's like he's the last of the old guard, or however you want to word it. But and so for me, that's like the point where D&D becomes like this kind of personal passion project, and becomes this kind of corporate game at that point. And so that's why I have a line there for me. And so 2E isn't, and yes, I will make comments that, only the even versions of D&D were bad and things like that. And these guys, my case.
It's funny because guys want to trash on parts of 2nd edition because that's when WotC came in at the end of 2nd edition.
Yeah.
But you got to remember, WotC wasn't the company they are today.
Sure, right.
WotC was a small company that just hit, I mean.
No, and I'm talking TSR.
Right.
I'm talking about Lorraine Williams TSR.
Right. But what I'm saying is, even when they first came in, it wasn't like today. It wasn't like Hasbro.
Right. Correct.
WotC's now Hasbro. And so even their corporate times, TSR and WotC with 2nd edition, sure, yeah, they were like testing out new products left and right, and it probably is what killed the, killed the edition, and really put the company in trouble with overextending on their product lines. But they made some amazing stuff then. They really did. Yeah. Some of it was definitely hit and miss, but it was a lot of hits in there.
Snark says, if I'm not wrong, without 3-point ACKS, we wouldn't have ACKS, and that's right. That's probably true, right? Because that's
the OGL.
Yeah, all the OGL stuff, and that's when all that stuff started. And then 4th came out, and that's I think when really people were like, "Oh wow, we'd rather play, the older stuff." Yeah. But yeah, and I played a lot of 3rd edition, and I don't think it was a bad game. I mean, I think it starts to fall apart at higher levels.
Falls apart higher level, yeah.
The more I look back at it, the numbers start to get out of control and everything else.
Right.
But yeah, the more I look back, I'd rather play like an older edition, of the game.
Yeah.
And yeah, Paul, and I get, Lorraine Williams was trying to, she had to financially bring the company back. I mean, Paul likes to poke me on stuff, but Paul thinks the world should be full of BX clones, I think. He just can't get enough of the. No, I'm kidding. He hates clones of anything. But no, Paul's a good dude. But Alex, I don't want to keep you if you have to run. So
I do. I need to jump. It's dinner time here in the Autark household.
Yeah, fantastic. Anything that you want to plug or anything that last words? Do you want to tell me off or
no. Listen, nothing more to plug. I mean, I feel like we plugged all my stuff for 90 minutes. Just a real pleasure to be on the show with you guys. Thanks so much for having me on. It's
thanks for coming.
It was a blast. Thank you very much.
A blast chatting with you guys. Yeah.
Not to put you on the spot, but do you think you'd want to come back?
Yeah, look, I'd be happy to come back. I like doing streams. I stopped streaming because I was just so fatigued all the time. I just didn't have it in me.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to ease my way back in there and put myself back out there again. So I'd love to come back on. We should do that again.
Cool. Yeah.
Real quick before you go, ACKS II is coming out in May. Is that correct?
The second printing will be out in May. Yeah.
Okay, right. Great.
Awesome.
Right. Looking forward to it.
So, maybe sooner. It's literally on a boat.
Well, it's a month away. So.
From China right now, and hopefully it doesn't get blown up in the Straits of Hormuz or something. I don't know, man. So, all right. Well, thank you so much, guys.
Yeah.
Really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Take care. Yeah. So, yeah, that's
that's good news because I've been wanting to get those books, but I'd rather get like not a pod version of them because they're pretty beefy. So
yeah,
I'll be right back.
Yeah, Mike.
Roger and I talked about ACKS, and I knew nothing about it. So then he just it's Adventure Conqueror King. So he was describing it. You start out and you go to here, and then you go to here. It's like the progression of Conan, and I was like, that's how I like to play. That's talking about the domain play. That I'm the player he's talking about in the group that wants to do that. So I
have guys that are into that. So it's like we just want my player Matt. Like in the last session, he literally was laying the foundation to his cleric's temple. Like that was part of it, so. Nice. We're definitely getting into that stuff, and the others are interested. Some of them, they're all interested in some. Like the rogue wants to start a gambling den in the city. That's his thing. So
my rogue has a brothel.
Yeah,
why wouldn't you?
Yeah, right.
So it looks really good. Like I've been looking through the stuff, and I've looked at it before, but it was just I just didn't want to get the pod version because it's hit or miss, right? On the quality, and they're not inexpensive books. I'm not complaining about the price at all, but they're not inexpensive. So I'd rather get something that's going to be that quality, So I'll definitely when I signed up for his mailing list and everything while we were talking, so I could make sure I don't forget about it, so I can get them.
Yeah, that's cool. I think that Jason, I think you would love all the economic stuff in the domain. He's got rules. For setting up a Senate and domain income.
The medieval life simulator that runs in my head all the time. That is so much up my alley.
And that's exactly what it is. Yeah.
So I never even thought of that, but he just talked about it, briefly talking about the domain stuff, but you go do domain stuff, but then you come back with a shitload of experience and treasure. It's just I'm like, oh, well, that would make sense that you would get that stuff,
Yeah.
So Roger,
really cool.
I got to bring something up here. So the last few weeks, I'm the lone man here with my dislike of we talk about the Shadow Dark or the OSE books, the smaller books with the large print, filling lots of space, and you're like, oh, that's great. Lighter rules, large print, nice and easy to read.
Yeah, and ACKS.
And now you're talking about ACKS.
ACKS is a bear.
Yeah, 1,000 pages of tiny print.
2,000 pages.
2,000 pages of tiny print.
Tiny print. Yep.
What is the overall system for it? Is it just
BX?
BX. All right. Yeah.
It's BX basically. I mean, then he's added
with
a bunch of stuff to it,
proficiencies and stuff like that.
Yeah, he's got some proficiencies which
pretty,
are
pretty large
skills and feats type of thing, like that kind of hybrid. But sort of like what they did in in second edition with the non-weapon proficiencies. So,
Huh.
yeah. Huh. Huh. Yeah.
So listen, we got to talk about what we got this week, because
yes, that's exactly what I was about
I have
to
a
say.
little story for you about something that was supposed to arrive.
Yeah,
today.
let's do it. So I don't
start with Jason, because I gotta go grab something real quick. But
Great.
I'm trying to think if I got anything this week. I don't think I got anything. I'm looking.
Well,
Wow.
I got a lot of things.
Yeah.
It was a great week for me. All the stuff that I've ordered is finally all coming in. See, I'll start with this. Stephanie got me this for Easter.
Oh, nice.
I only need one now to have the full set of the green, the Age of Heroes, the Greek one, and everybody wants it. They're monstrously expensive. I will still buy one if I can ever find one that has the map. So if anybody out there has the Age of Heroes, the green book, it has the map, I will be glad to take a look at it. Yeah, I'm super happy about this. My wife got me that for Easter. She's always on the lookout for it. Finally, the new Blade Runner expansion has been delivered. This is the Replicant Rebellion.
Replicant Rebellion. Okay.
It's got a new box set.
Nice.
And it's got the campaign setting. And part of the box set, it has solo mode now. So you can play Blade Runner by yourself. I'm really looking forward to that because, the RPG is for 4 people and it's written for 4 people. The movie is a solo adventure. So I am really looking forward to playing my Blade Runner as a solo adventure. I think that's going to be interesting. I haven't done it yet. I haven't even opened the box yet.
I'm wondering if the solo rules are solo you playing one character, or if it's solo you playing all 4. No, solo you playing all 4.
I don't know. I will let you know. I just got it, so I haven't had time to open up anything.
Yeah.
I also got my Modern Necessities.
Oh, cool.
This is the OSC Blacklight. The Scrying Dutchman. Yeah, Vic, the Scrying Dutchman. This is his modern OSE. I've only opened it up and flipped through it, and I also don't have the OSE rules, so I'm just like, okay, cool. It references those a lot. I don't think you actually need it to play it. Either way,
if you're gonna get OSE at some point, wait,
okay,
because they had classic and they had advanced, but they're doing away with both lines.
Yeah, and they're gonna do.
It's going to be combined,
a comprehensive.
And they're going to be doing all as one, but they're adding new art to it. And I would imagine they might incorporate some of the rules that they codified in Dolmenwood.
Sure.
Into it.
Yeah.
So I would wait if you're going to.
Oh yeah, I'm not going to do it right now.
Yeah, if you don't have any now, I would wait till they do it. I know they have a starter set coming out too.
Yeah. Snark, to answer your question, I'm sure it is the same Blade Runner. It's by Free League. If you don't have the Replicant Rebellion, you probably have the starter box that a lot of guys have. And another one of those great things about Free League, props to Free League, if you buy the starter box, you have the game. You can play it, and that's all you need.
Yeah.
It's the same with Dragonbane. You got the starter box, you've got the game, you can play it. So super cool. And saving the best for last, my copy of Ambition and Avarice 2 came. This came today. This is Chubby Funsters.
Yeah.
And I think he's still in the chat. This is Greg's system.
It's a cool color.
And I got this. Yeah, it's awesome. I got this because when I was talking about, I think I was talking about the player companion a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
Hilda Chubby, the player companion, still continues to impress. We used it again last week, and I'm loving it, man. I got to play my Archer last week, had a blast. Anyway, so he emailed me because I was talking about how much I love to play Rangers, and I was talking about the Ranger adjacent classes that are in the player's companion. And he said, "What do you think about this?" And he sent me an excerpt from A&A, and it was the Ranger class. The Ranger in A&A is the Ranger that I want to play. I'm serious, man.
Wow.
Like, I was reading the class abilities, and I'm like, this is exactly what. There's no spells, there's no shenanigans with it. He's a great tracker, and he can fight. And I was like, one of the things, and I only got it today, so like I immediately flipped to the Ranger so I could read the whole thing. One of the things that he can do is when he makes a successful tracking roll, he successfully tracks that creature until he finds it. No more rolls are necessary, nothing
Nice.
like that. Later on, you get bonuses versus that creature. You can roll, you get bonuses to identify and all this. And that's just the sort of thing that I absolutely love about Rangers. I haven't even looked at the rest of the book. But like I said, I seriously pulled it out of the cardboard envelope today when it came. So as you can see, that's a pretty beefy tome, but you can bet I am going to be reading this thing. So, and I told Roger today, 2 weeks ago, Andrew asked me what I was, if I was going to be running anything at the con. And I was like, I don't know. I got to think of something. I told Roger today I'm going to be running Shadow Rim. So, Chubby, I'm going to be running your game at the con. Don't judge me too harshly, dude. So, and that's it. Actually, I got a couple more things, but they don't. Yeah, it wasn't a big deal. I was so excited to see this come in the mail, man. I'm just really looking forward to getting
Oh, Greg, you're going to have to show up now just so you can stand behind him with your arms crossed and watch him run.
Yes, stare down it furiously as I fumble my way through it
and judge him.
Yes.
No pics, no cameras allowed at the con. You're going to have to show up. I'm going
to have to borrow some terrain from Mike and Decado and try and do something. Otherwise, it's just to be balls watered up on the table.
Let me know Edgelord.
Let me know what you need.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm going to start writing up a scenario this weekend. I'm getting ready to travel to Wales in 2 weeks. I'm going to have plenty of time away from work, and I'm going to do some writing in Wales.
Just got to have a little tag on all the terrain. The terrain by Thunderstruck.
I was gonna say, we could just pull it off my booth and put it on your table.
Yeah.
Anybody wants it, be like, you got to wait 4 hours for it.
Yeah.
Wait until Jason's done with it.
When the game's done, you can buy it.
That's right. Right.
Yeah. There you go.
I got Skyrim miniatures. I got all sorts of shit. So
I will definitely need those. And I also joined Chubby's Patreon. So, and there's like 3 updates a day coming out of him. Dude's busy. I don't know what he does for a living, but man, it's money well spent. So cool.
Yeah. He's pretty good. He's got a lot of stuff coming out, a lot of stuff in the works.
A lot of Dark Sun stuff. He's working on Dark Sun, right? Or
can't wait to see that.
Shadow Sun, I think that's what he's
Shadow Sun. Yeah.
But he's been working.
Yeah, and I've got that stuff. So. I definitely want to run. I want to run that sometime. Hopefully in the next couple of weeks. Got to set something up. Mike, I don't know if you're interested in coming out. I don't know if you're super into Dark Sun stuff with Shadow Dark there for Shadow Sun. Just if for a one shot, just be a one shot.
When?
Maybe a Saturday.
You'll have to let me know.
Yeah, we'll do. Chubby, thank you for all the kind words. And we like I said, we're as you know, because you've watched us before, we're usually pretty if we don't like something, we'll say it. So
and Chubby, I'm gonna argue with you, dude. I still have 2 from you in my inbox from yesterday. And I got 1 from you today at 4:10. So you did release something today.
Oh, there you go.
Or maybe your people did, whoever your people may be. I don't know.
There you go.
I wish I had people.
So do I. I don't know what I would do with them, but it'd be great to say I have people. Talk to my people.
Greg's just hanging out. He's got a team of people that just produce everything. Is that how you're able to get all that stuff out? Oh, that was just a YouTube link. Okay, yeah.
Yes, it was. Yeah, it was about an interview for Shadow Sun. Yeah.
He's probably talking about actual
updates and
product.
Stuff,
yeah. Cool. So Mike, what did you get?
Oh my God. It's been a lot. Well, no, I wouldn't say I got a lot. This week's been a busy week. A lot of painting. Lots and lots of painting.
Yeah.
So when I sit and paint, I find a movie to watch usually. Sometimes I'll put on music. Sometimes I'll put on a movie or something. This week was movie week. I'm like, I watched, let's see, Fellowship of the Ring was on, so I had to watch that. And of course, then they came in Raiders of the Lost Ark and then Temple of Doom, so I watched both of them.
Nice.
I pulled up 13th Warrior and watched that. It had been quite some time.
Cool.
I pulled up Lady
Time well
Hawk.
spent.
I pulled up Lady
Oh,
Hawk and watched that. I haven't watched
classic.
that in freaking 30,
Wow.
30
Classic
years.
in the 80s right there, yeah.
I did get Van Richten's Guide to Fiends, which means
Nice.
out of this set, the only thing I have left is Vistani.
Yep.
Vistani's generally running about $100, so
Yeah.
I'm kind of, I've never paid that much for any of these. Even like my Barbarians book that goes for about 100, I picked it up for 20, and it's like mint. So I really shop around on it. I'm scouring eBay every single day, scouring Facebook, RPG auctions and stuff. I'll find it eventually. I told you about my movies was starting to build up a physical media collection.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so I've been going for all of the 4K Ultra HDs, even though I do not have a 4K Blu-ray to play them on yet. They all come with, they usually triple format with like the Blu-ray, the 4K and digital. So I figured I'd start collecting them. So I had 3 movies show up today, right? And don't judge me here because some of these, I love them.
Yeah.
And
Don't judge you.
It's a great movie.
Boy.
It is a great movie. Roger, you're just wrong.
It's
I
okay.
like that
No,
movie.
it's okay.
It's a
not
fun
terrible.
movie. It's not meant to be
It's
taken
fun.
seriously.
Right,
It's
yeah,
a fun
okay.
movie.
All right.
It's fun.
It's a fun
Yeah.
movie.
Here's-
I agree with that. It's a fun movie.
Here's another one that's not meant to be taken seriously, but it's a fun movie because I love the setting, and it's the trilogy. So all
Okay.
three of
No,
them
I
are
good.
good.
can see it. Yeah. No,
Great
that's
movie.
fine. That's
And
fine.
then the third movie, you're going to absolutely love this one.
Who's you? Me?
They fucked
That's not a
up.
movie.
I know
Those-
it's not a movie.
Those look like guitar.
Guitar picks.
They are guitar picks. They were supposed to be 4K Conan the Barbarian.
Oh,
So I've
got that one.
What? How do you make that mistake?
I contacted
Wow.
Amazon
AI.
through their
AI
AI
picking
assistant, because that's the only way you can contact them. And they're sending me a new one tomorrow. So
Oh, cool.
I didn't even tell them they sent me this. I just said it wasn't in the box.
You didn't get it. Yeah.
And they were like,
So you got free guitar picks.
yeah, I got free guitar picks.
Free guitar.
I was really, really like, I opened it up and I'm like, where's the third movie? And then I see these sitting on the bottom of the box. I'm like, what the frick is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, that's crazy. They're supposed to be there's like another sequel to like the Mummy movie that I don't know if it's in production or if
Yeah,
just
they're
in
working.
talks.
Yeah, apparently it's in pre-production right now.
so
Pre-production. Okay.
Yeah.
So
This-
still not like actually.
Yes. Still not.
I mean,
Tape is not rolling yet, but
I get that they're saying that they're making it, but if something like at
They
this
say that about a
they
lot.
say pre-production, you can't even,
So who's it going to have in it though? Is it Brendan Fraser?
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
he's gonna be in it again.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because like the Tom Cruise one was okay, but it wasn't very good.
Oh yeah, but that wasn't
Right,
part of the Mummy
right.
series.
That was a different thing, I
yeah.
think.
They were trying to bring back the dark, the dark-
Classics.
yeah.
Yeah, but listen,
Yeah.
they package it together because there's packages you can buy that have
Oh, really?
all of these plus the Tom Cruise one in it.
Oh,
That's
And they
Yeah,
package
'cause
it.
interesting.
in no way related, other than
Yeah.
there's
Yeah.
a mummy.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not connected at all.
Hang on, Edgeworth. Let me look on my Amazon and I'll tell you what it is.
What is anybody watching Mall? I didn't even realize that started.
I don't know,
Uh,
Disney.
Watching what?
I am not Mall.
I have no idea.
Trailer
what it is.
looked
Darth
good.
Maul
The
series.
trailer
Oh.
looked good.
No.
Zero interest.
Yeah, no, I figured you wouldn't.
Yeah.
But the it looked interesting to me. Trailer looked good, really
it
good.
I take it
I'm
it's
interested to see
animated?
how it comes out. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the same kind of computer animation that they used for Rebels and Clone Wars. I guess more Clone Wars than Rebels, but yeah. So, but I don't know. It might be good. Might be good. I don't know. King Conan. Yeah, I mean, that seems cool. I'm for it. I'll be more excited when it actually goes into production to see if it comes up. Oh, is Snark leaving? Oh, Snark, thanks for coming. Yeah, thanks for coming. Good to have you. I think this one's about his lower torso because they kind of did the story on his upper torso. So now his lower torso has to walk away and find the upper torso, and that's gonna be that's going to be that story there. So, I mean, the guy got cut in half, so you can split the stories there.
Can double the movies.
Dave Filoni's such a douchebag.
Double the movies. Kill the guy three or four times. Yeah, crazy times. But yeah, interesting. So Mike, that's what you got, right? What nothing else coming in other than maybe possibly another package of guitar picks?
Possibly, yeah.
Maybe you'll get the guitar next.
4K. 4K.
Yeah, no, I do have more stuff in the mail. It's
coming. Yeah.
Freaking eBay. I ordered something from a guy on the 2nd. I understand Sunday was Easter, but he hasn't shipped it yet. It's coming from Buffalo.
Yeah.
Dude, it should have been here by now.
Yeah.
Coming from
it sucks when you could actually drive and go pick it up.
Drive there.
Faster than you're going to get it. That's very frustrating.
I can't seem to log into it from here, but I don't know. Edgelord, I'm not sure. For some reason, my Amazon is not letting me log in on this computer. Well, actually, I could just do it this way.
Paul, I enjoyed Rebels. I mean, I know obviously you probably didn't. There were definitely things in it that I disliked, but I did for the most part like Rebels. Well,
Edgelord, yes.
Chubby wants to hear about Mike's 2E game.
Edgelord, it is the Arrow Video 4K.
Yeah, Edgelord will go get it. Whatever you need from Buffalo, Mike. He's out there. So
okay, all right, cool.
Go knock on that guy's door.
Give him an address.
Pick it up, and drive. You gonna drive it to me, or are you just gonna keep it?
He'll bring it to CNY probably.
Okay.
Well, that makes sense.
If you're lucky.
We'll be here in 3 days or a couple of months.
Shelby, what is it you want to know about my 2E games?
Oh,
There's not much to tell right now because we just finished running some Shadow Dark, and one of the other guys is going to run some Shadow Dark for a couple of months. I'm not starting my 2E game till June, after Central New York, right? The weekend after, I think.
Cool. Stan, what did you? Sorry, Mike.
No, that's all right. That's all right. I was just saying I don't have a lot to tell about it right now.
Stan, what did you get in? Anything this week?
Yeah, I picked up. I actually ordered this book. I didn't pick it up. I think I bought some miniature. Maybe that miniature I showed you guys, that crew. I got that last week. Painted it, but I got this book. Whoa, shit. This is for Imperium Maledictum.
Yeah.
This is the GM the Inquisition GM guide. So I got to get the player's handbook, but that's been pretty cool reading. It's just actually a lot of good lore in it too, if you're just into the lore. But I'd actually like to run this game because I like the 40K setting a lot. I'm not really interested in wargaming that much, but I have Imperium Maledictum and the starter box set, and I'd like to run it because it's a really cool setting. So.
Yeah,
but I got
cool.
that.
Fun times. I don't think I've got like I said, I can't remember anything coming in really this week. A gaming related, right? That's what I can't like fathom that, right? Because I always got
some mistake.
There's got to be something that I'm missing. But I'm like looking around. I don't see any packages up here that I got. I don't really recall. That's crazy. What Chubby, do you want to jump in and talk 2E with these guys, or I'll send you the link if you want to, if you got some time. I mean, we'd love to have you. But I mean, I know it makes 4 against 1. Hey, listen. If that's what the people want to hear, and if it excites people to see me get ragged on, then hey, I'm all about it. Let's do it. Yeah.
That's right, Dan.
I mean, I don't think 2E was a bad system. I mean, I really don't. I really don't think it was a bad system. I just didn't like some of the production stuff, and yeah, I mean, we've had all this conversation, right?
You and I had this conversation last night.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, that's my thing. Honestly, I really don't think it's a bad system. The only thing that I can really recall in the system, in the rules, that I didn't like about 2E is the whole druid thing.
What about
the whole progression of like the druid, where I think it's like at 10th level there can only be like 8 10th level druids or something, and then one of them has to die before you can progress.
I mean, let's be realistic. How many people have campaigns with druids that ever get to that point?
I'm just saying,
you could still do that.
That's it. I'm not.
You could still do that.
You can hand wave that, or you could do it, whatever. Make it part of the campaign. I get it. That was like one. I remember that one thing kind of turned.
I don't recall that being the case about druids. It may be, but I do remember that being the case for monks.
In 1E, it was the same with the druids. There could only be one.
Yeah, you had to go battle.
Yeah, there was like you have like one Hierophant druid or something. At
but the Hierophant is level
14th level or 15th level. No, it was lower than that. It's like 14th or 15th. 1E did the druid thing. Well, maybe then 1E. Then maybe
you've harbored all this hate for 2E mistakenly all these years.
Oh my God! Yeah. Right. Right. Well, wow. Maybe. Okay. All right. You guys got.
All right. Yeah. I was 17, going on 18 when second edition came out. My first edition stuff, the vast majority of it was not new when I bought it. I got it used from a guy who was no longer playing. But when second edition came out, I had a job, I had a driver's license. I did not have a car. I would borrow my parents. But I could drive to the mall, and I bought the books. They were mine. I bought them. So I just, and I remember the Dungeon Master's Guide came out first. I never understood that, but whatever. I got it and I brought it home, and I was just enthralled by it, man. I was so excited to have D&D stuff that was mine. And then when the Player's Handbook came out, man, and people still, they took the demons and devils out. Okay, I don't care. Yeah, it just doesn't.
That's why I didn't get it. I had D&D, so I didn't need it.
Yeah. I think it's a great system. Still love it.
But it's like I told Roger yesterday, they're still in there. Even in the Monstrous Manual, you have the Tanari and the Batsu, but they are demons and devils.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they weren't there initially, but they put them in later.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they were a supplement that came in.
They are in the hardcover Monster Manual. Some of them are, and then of course you have, what is it, the Outer Planes supplement, and there's some in I think the Fiend Folio supplement and the Outer Planes one, and there's a bunch of different ones in there. They're just named differently, but
the Tanari.
They renamed them.
I don't know. That never concerned us. It really didn't. It wasn't an issue.
Yeah.
I mean, and when 2E came out, we were still using all our 1E stuff with it every session anyway.
Well, that's what we did. I had, all the 1E stuff, and then 2E came out. I was like, well, there's no assassin, which honestly wasn't that big of a deal because we didn't use them, but I was still like, what? There's no assassin? And then there was like no demons and devils right off. I was like, what the fuck is this? And then I didn't buy it. I didn't buy it. And then I would buy other stuff though that came out. We started getting the splat books.
But then you have things like first edition Bard was absolutely horrible.
Oh, it's horrendous. It was badass if you could ever get one, but nobody ever did.
Right.
Because you had to play fucking 90 years of real time.
Right.
Just to qualify. Stupid.
And the biggest thing about it that people don't get, like when Roger and I were talking last night, is how much optional rules are in that book. Every little thing that you come up to, there might be an option. Like here it is by the core book, but if you want to use this option, it's here. And they'll put it, and they even put it in like a blue box in that original one. Like they separate them and give you all these options so you can choose how you want to play it. It's very modular, unlike any other system. I mean, it's really, goes above and beyond what you see in most other systems when it comes to the modularity.
Yeah. Paul, I sent you a message on Facebook. I don't know if you're still listening or watching or whatever, or what else you got going on. But So yeah, I don't know. Maybe someday I'll go back and try it, or maybe I'll jump into one of Mike's games at some point and just check out 2E, and you can tell me you
And then
can
you'll
prove to me that
and then you'll
I'm wrong.
realize at its core, it's really not any different than your 1E game that you play.
Yeah.
And then, like Stephen Kennedy mentions, like Thieves got changed to Rogue, and I know there's people that make a big deal out of that. Another thing that never bothered me in the least bit. They changed the name of it. Who cares? They what they really did was turned it into. You had the 4 core groups. So you had the warrior, which included the paladin and ranger, and you had the rogues, which included thieves and bards, and of course the wizard group included the mage and the specialist. So it's they were still there. It's just the way they ordered it and organized it.
Sure. Yeah, the thief rogue thing, like, that didn't really bother me, because they just kind of made it. Yeah, like you said, I mean, they weren't really like thieves anymore. They were kind of a collection of like the skilled things, and they weren't.
Yeah, but they weren't any different. They had all the exact same things that you had in first edition.
Yeah, they just changed the name.
The only thing that was different, which I feel is much better in 2E, was rather than just having a defined chart where every thief at this level is this good at this skill and this good at this skill, they allowed you to put your points into it and make them how you want. So if you want to focus on sneaking around and fighting traps, you can. But if you want to focus on climbing and picking pockets, you can do that too. You could make them whatever you wanted.
Paul mentioned missing the assassins and the demons. So but we got the best D&D art from Easley Elmore. Yeah. I mean, I'm an Earl Otis. Like, I really like the Earl Otis art. That's my jam. But definitely the Easley Elmore art is fantastic. Assassins, I didn't like assassins for a long time, because it was always, you always had evil players that or evil PCs that wanted they wanted to go around, or they wanted to assassinate their party members or whatever. And it was always like a weird thing for me that, like, why would you have an assassin going out off in the dungeon or whatever with you? But now, like thinking about it from like doing the domain play type of thing, it kind of makes sense that you'd have assassins that would be trying to get you, if because you're running a domain, or you're running the Thieves Guild or whatever. Like there's going to be a rival Thieves Guild that's going to try and send somebody after you. So having some of those classes with kind of their own little mini game to like do some of that stuff kind of makes sense. Jason talked about running being in charge of the Thieves Guild, and so it's like, well, maybe the thieves, another Thieves Guild is going to send somebody out, and try and kill them to play that mini game. Paul, welcome to the show.
Howdy.
Welcome.
Glad to have you here. We need more people to come on and tell me that I'm wrong. So,
well, sometimes the stars and the moon align, and you're correct on things. So it's
very rare though.
Very rare though. It's once in a Roger Moon, I suppose.
Has that happened yet? I mean, I don't know.
I think so. I think we agreed on something. I forgot what it was. I think it was when GMs are trapped by their players into running 5e for the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
That is not a prison sentence yet. You need to willingly accept.
Yeah.
So Roger, here, you mentioned Jason and talking about Thieves Guilds, right? So this is the other thing. Not only do you get like the complete Thieves Handbooks, which talks about that stuff and how you want to build it out,
sure,
but 2E was king at this kind of stuff.
I had that.
Sure. of Thieves. This thing,
that's pretty cool.
It's got a map in it of a Thieves Guild, and
it's a cool map too. Yeah, it's really cool.
This is all about if you want to build out a Thieves Guild, and
I think I have
on your organization and how you want to run it. This is the stuff that 2E really shined at.
Yeah,
in my opinion, it really did.
Yeah, sure. No, they did a great job publishing splat books and everything for every little different kind of thing. That the historical stuff I think was great. The blue and the green books I think were the best. I wasn't a fan of the red, brown, whatever color they are.
Well, so here's another thing. I
get it.
I wasn't growing up, But now I look at them and I realize when I used to think they were overpowered, there might be a few kits in there that are definitely step over the line. But for the most part, most of those kits generally are just a background that kind of give you an idea of how to play that type of character, and some free some free non-weapon proficiencies to help you with that style of play, and that's it. And none of that to me is game breaking. So at this point, I'm like, I don't mind my players using them, but I still vet them before they come into the game.
Sure.
You know, if they want to play one, like, what is it you want to play? Let me read it and see. Why do you want to play it? You know, there's no more soldier kits at my table. Every fighter wants to play a soldier kit because they get a free extra weapon specialization. And I'm like, no, that's just min-maxing. The only reason you take it is because of that. You know,
but you let them be a soldier, and
but that's the problem. They don't want to be the soldier. They don't want to be called up.
Then you just say, hey, that's what I'm saying. Then you tell them, you say, hey, oh, by the way, you guys are all soldiers. Okay. Oh, well, this group's going into the dungeon. You guys got to roll new characters because you guys are part of the crew that got drafted to go up against the invading orc army. Good luck.
Let me ask you a question. If you're running
summer, it's time for war.
If you're running a long-term campaign and your players are playing one character, does that sound fun and reasonable to you?
That's why you make them play multiple characters.
No, that's why you just don't let them. That's why you just don't let them play the soldier kit. It doesn't fit in my campaign.
I mean, or do that. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
If they're not going to go to war and do all that, then of course you don't let them do that. I'm just saying there's consequences to playing these classes. I mean, someone wants to play a pally. I mean, let them play a pally. But
there's a wizard version of this one. That's all about
the cleric one. There's a cleric one too.
I have that one. That one's actually I think
I have that one too.
The cleric one is actually based in Greyhawk, and it's based on Hieronius.
Yeah.
Oh,
there's a new Greyhawk supplement coming out, so I'm sure that it covers all that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Paul's got it pre-ordered already, I heard.
Right. Yeah. I liked how all that info dumped, and it was like I was at GaryCon. And it was like, where was all this? That artwork wasn't even on the auction. It was all like backroom deal stuff where they were like, oh, we're coming out with this, and Melf the Elf is back, and Jeff Easley's doing the cover, and all the nerds are like, well, maybe I'll buy it. And it's like, didn't you guys hate 5e just 5 seconds ago? But all it takes is an easily cover and Guy Gex's name in print on the book, and all of a sudden people are running out to buy it.
Jay keeps trying to swear up and down that it's going to be old school gritty Greyhawk, and I don't believe it for an instant.
Yeah, but it's still going to be a supplement that's built for 2024.
Exactly.
It can't be gritty.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No thanks. And listen, I mean, Luke might have the name, but he hasn't been an old school player in a long time. He's, he runs and promotes 5e.
Yeah,
he writes for 5e.
Well, no, there was that one picture on his Twitter
of him playing in a 1e game.
1e.
Yeah,
and I don't know if that was staged or not. I mean, I'm sure he really was playing that game.
Like I got,
I don't care.
I've got no beef with Luke, and I understand he's got 2 daughters that are only getting older and they need college funds.
Sure.
So
right.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? But buying those, it reminds me of these guys, the Oriental Adventures D20 nonsense that we had to buy as Legend of the Five Rings fans, and it has half good rules and half D20 garbage that's useless. So it's like, well, what do you want? You want your Greyhawk lore? Well, you're going to have to sift through a whole lot of 2024 garbage. So
I haven't looked at Joe Block's Greyhawk book because it's made for 5e. But supposedly the campaign guide doesn't have like really any stats or anything like that in it. I know he's an old school player, so some of that stuff might actually be good, but it's built. It's on what's the not DMs? Is it DM's Guild or the whatever the official?
Oh, for D&D,
DM's is there the D&D, DM's Guild stuff, because he's got to go through there in order to use the Greyhawk name and all that.
When was the last time they touched Greyhawk though? Was it Living Greyhawk back in 3rd edition?
Yeah,
like way.
Probably.
They did do a little bit of 5e stuff. Ghost of Salt Marsh was set in Greyhawk.
There's some in the 2024 book has it as a
right in
setting.
the 2024 DM's guide has a couple pages with a map of Greyhawk, and basically it's a very, very light guide on, hey, you want to create your own setting? Here's Greyhawk, model it after this. And it's not very big. It's like 10 pages or something out of the whole DM's guide.
They changed the map and
they changed
crap.
Yeah. When my map on DM's Guild, I actually made after that was released. I made another version. After that was released, we were allowed to put it on DM's Guild, so I did. And I had people asking me, "Oh, well, this doesn't have the 2024 names in it." So I actually went, and it took me 20 minutes or half an hour to go through it and make another version of it with just the new 2024 names, and added it to the pack because I'm like, guys are like, "Why did you do that?" I'm like, well, because I have it on DM's Guild and I want to make money on it. And if you have new 5e players that want Greyhawk and want those names, I might as well provide it. It took me half an hour to change some names. And, when you buy my map pack, you get like 5 versions of it. An unkeyed one, one hexes, without hexes, old names, new names. But
did a lot of the names get changed?
Nah.
They changed different countries.
Yeah.
There's no barbarian anything. There's no.
Yeah, they changed all the barbarians from the Fruski. And
there's another one too that they changed. I don't know what the heck it was.
Is it just like name changes, or is there actually like history to it where they've changed like some of the borders and some of the things that have happened?
There's no history. They haven't released anything yet. So
no.
So it's just
they added the races that were never there. Like there's a Dragonborn librarian and Greyhawk and
right. Yeah, they got to backfill all of that nonsense. Yeah.
It's nonsense.
I don't know why they would do that.
I would be further away.
I was going to say, I would quarantine Greyhawk from all that stuff and be like, just put it here. It would be like a nice big old folks home for all the people that love Greyhawk.
Yeah,
there you go.
No tieflings, none of that nonsense.
The smart thing to do would have been to do that. And then you can add to your little 2024 book a little paragraph or a thing that says, hey, in this race, in this setting, traditionally there's these races. However, if you want, you can add these other ones as your game desires, which is what they should have done with all this stuff anyway. But they didn't. They go back and they change it and they just piss off the actual fans of it and appease the mental midgets on Twitter.
Oh boy,
that seems like that seems like something they could have thrown into their spell.
Yeah, super. Yeah.
Chubby wants to know that if we were going to give direction to serious people to do a serious re-release, what are the essential elements of the setting to preserve
for Greyhawk?
For Greyhawk.
I don't know. Listen, I did Greyhawk. I did Greyhawk for a few years. I made that map. I ran my campaign there. Nothing about Greyhawk excites me, I'll be honest. I mean, I grew up playing homebrew, so I don't have that whole, affinity to Greyhawk. Yeah. And, towards the end of 2E, I started buying some Forgotten Realms stuff, and I really liked it. I just enjoy it more. And I will tell you now, any of these people that will tell you, oh, Forgotten Realms, they've got, high-level wizards everywhere. It's in Greyhawk too. And if Greyhawk had still been published all along, you can bet
the Circle of Eight is all powerful wizards.
Yeah. I mean,
I like what Paul said is basically, quarantine off Greyhawk as its own kind of, world or dimension or however you want to, plane or whatever, and leave it the way that it was. I mean, but that's a personal thing. And I think, a lot of the old school players would want to see that. But I mean, also the new players, right? The 2024 players, the 5e players, they want to see all their favorite, races in the rest of the D&D world, I mean, that's, I don't agree with all of that stuff, but those races exist.
The problem is they don't make like, they're trying to make products that are for everybody. And I get it because they want to make money. I get that. But not every setting has, like the old second edition days, look how many different settings they put out.
Yeah.
Right.
That's one of the things I was going to say that I liked about second edition.
It did hurt them.
Yes, it did a lot of variety. So if you wanted to go play a horror game, you went and played Ravenloft. If you wanted to run around like a savage, you played Dark Sun. If you wanted to play, a high level fantasy, go mess around. Yeah, you in the Forgotten Realms.
Jason,
They had something for everybody, but you don't like the generic fucking soup bowl that they're throwing together with all their products. Sucks. It's like it's got no. I grew up playing Greyhawk. I mean, I do homebrew now, but I love Greyhawk. And I like it because there's enough there for me to go, okay, I can run a campaign here, but I'm also like, I'm not swamped in tons of material that I got to digest, which is great. It's kind of like that, the reason the Raging Swan press stuff is so good is because it's written in that style. Like it's designed, like it gives you enough to run as games for years, but you can also do your own thing. And that's a great thing about it.
Yeah. Dan, I think is kind of saying what Mike was going to say there. All the settings bloat in 2E was awesome for the players. Terrible business decision.
Yeah, Chubby, you asked about my game. I've never, ever run anything in the Dale Lands, so I decided I wanted to, and I started researching. Now, Ed Greenwood has 4 books coming out this year.
Yeah.
And so he just clarified on Twitter yesterday, because somebody had asked, he's claiming there's no WotC involvement because he's writing it and it's going through DM's Guild. So WotC's involved in taking half the cut, but supposedly they're not involved in the writing of it. But I came to realize, well, what I realized was out of all the books that were in 2E with the Dale Lands, I don't believe that anything he writes today is going to have any bearing on it, especially since the setting now is 100 years later. With all these things going on, I set my game in 1E, the 1E campaign setting right before the Time of Troubles. So none of that shit happened. So there's no Time of Troubles, no spell weave, none of the world-changing events in Forgotten Realms. I put down the 1E map, so it's very sparse, and let my players explore and learn. And then I can look at all the stuff that came out over the decades and decide what I want to use. So if there's a village there that I like and I read about it, and that's pretty cool, I want to add it to my game, well, now my players will run into it because it's not on the map. So it gives me basically a homebrew setting that I can do whatever I want with, but I don't have to do all the work on it.
Yeah, this book, Mike.
I don't have that book.
It's pretty neat.
That's a 3E book, right? It's a lore book, right?
Yeah, it's so I'm probably going to screw this up. There was a change. They were doing, like, the company was doing a change in settings or advanced. I don't know what the fuck they were doing. So they came to him and said, "Hey, what would be your version of the realms?" And he wrote this. And it doesn't really have mechanics in it. It's all just information.
Just setting and story.
And some of it is like you get a snapshot into like his original like documents and stuff that he was sending to like
that's
WotC or whoever.
I might have to pick that up.
But I mean, it's crazy. I mean, it's pretty neat. I mean, I just got it because I thought it was pretty cool. But
so Chubby, I will agree with what you just said there. The only problem
that's right here. Sounds like people saying what they want in the setting with few defined segments, known countries, NPCs, but the GM can make a lot of adjustments as well.
The problem I had, and part of the reason why I got away from Greyhawk, was I got pretty into the Greyhawk community for a while online, and they all tell you, use the 576, look at the folio. It just gives you a little description of the region, and that's it. And then you make up whatever you want. But as soon as you share what you made, they're ready to tell you you're wrong. Oh, that's not what it's like there. And I got that so much from the community that I was like, screw this. I'm just going back to Forgotten Realms. I don't want to hear it anymore. Yeah. I mean, I don't even need to listen to it. I could just play my own game and not care. But, when you're sharing your stuff online and you get people that are just trashing it, the same people telling you a week earlier, do what you want with it, and then telling you you're wrong when you do something they don't like.
Do what you want, but also do it the way I want you to do it.
Right. And I found the difference was if you take the 1E Forgotten Realms and the 1E Greyhawk and put them together, they're very similar with the campaign setting itself. But where they differ is 2E had supplement after supplement after supplement for Forgotten Realms that could add to your game if you want it, where Greyhawk didn't have a lot of it. There is 2E Greyhawk stuff, but I don't know. It's, you know, when we talked about ACKS, and I said I'm never been big into domain play myself. Well, Greyhawk, you know, if you look at their 2E stuff, it was really focused on the wars and all that stuff. And unless you want to play that style of game, I mean, I don't know.
That was, Chubby's question, what do you think needs to be maintained? That's one of the things that I was going to say needs to stay. The different duchies that are fighting with each other and all the political stuff that was going on. Was it Rary? Was he the one that betrayed the circle and killed Tensor and a couple others? It's been a long time. I think that stuff needs to stay in there. It's really important to the setting. Vecna needs to be the prime source of evil, chaos, and backstabbing. I feel like Vecna became everybody's like, oh, we went and fought Vecna. We met Vecna because it's 5e. Just like, we fought Tiamat. No, you didn't, or you'd be dead. Vecna should be, you never, ever, you don't even say his name because God forbid he hears it and appears in front of you. The hand and the eye, those are evil artifacts that should never be obtained until your 20th level with the intent of destroying them, and then they destroy you. In 5th edition, things just got so soft. That's one of the reasons I like Greyhawk. It's incredibly well developed to me. I thought it was, and I just love that. Like it wasn't like a super happy place. Things kept going wrong. People kept being twisted, and the Rary's, and I if I'm misquoting, sorry, but I think it was Rary was the betrayer.
He was called Rary the Traitor.
Yes, that's right, Rary the Traitor. When I saw that, I was like, oh man, that's one of the trusted circle betrayed his closest allies and friends and killed half of them. Just like, man, that's intense right there. I really like that about it. So I would want that to stay. I would not want it softened up. So there you go. That's my take on Greyhawk.
You don't want everybody, all the races and cultures living in harmony in one big happy household. And
I would, yeah, I know you're just poking the bear on that,
right? Yeah,
but I agree with Paul on that. Greyhawk needs to be taken and set aside, and you don't touch it. You don't add any of that modern stuff on there. You leave it alone. Leave it as it was because
that ship has sailed
extremely well.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
unfortunately true. Unfortunately, that is true. But I don't play 5th edition, so I don't have to worry about that crap. I can open up my 1st/2nd edition Greyhawk, which I don't have. It's the only orange spine that I don't have. If anybody's got one of those, sell me, and I don't have to worry about that stuff.
But yeah, and that's the thing, right? There's nobody that's policing us playing, what we want to play, right? I mean,
that's right.
Play what you want to play, run what you want to run, and hopefully your players are on the same page, and and that's that. You guys want to play 2E all day?
On this podcast that doesn't have cats?
Nope.
Yeah, I think it's a requirement for going on YouTube.
Membership.
I have 2 cats and a dog. In fact, one of my cats is my daughter's cat that's away at college with her right now, and it looks just like Paul's. It's a tuxedo.
No tuxie.
Yeah.
And, we've got a tuxedo cat that my daughter picked up a few years ago that was older, and then now she got a new cat that's 2 years old now, and she doesn't like the tuxedo cat, and so there's territorial disputes and stuff, and she's convinced another cat to like gang up on her, and they started trying to keep her out of the bathroom, and we've had some issues there, and then so we've got like the spray bottles now, and you know what I mean, you do the thing, and so I mean the bathroom thing has kind of been fixed. It was short-lived, but yeah, there's a whole cat hierarchy and factions. I mean, it's terrible. I hate it.
Our other
in the middle of the night, it's wow. You hear them.
Our other cat's an orange cat, and they are freaking insane. They are
our orange cat passed a long time ago. His name was Cheddar, and he wore a bow tie and drank his water out of a martini glass. That cat was cool as hell, man. I have a photo of him doing it, and I love that little dude. He was so awesome.
This
Chubby got 2 puppies, Maltese poodle mix. So yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
and
Chubby
my cat
wanted
was
no
making
peace
a
in his
racket
life.
earlier.
Yeah,
Somebody commented, whose cat needs to be fed, and I was like, Christ, open the door so she can come in. God forbid I shut the door on her. So
it's funny because when I retired, I adopted a pit bull puppy, and she is the greatest dog I've ever had.
awesome.
Absolutely, and she now gets along great with the orange cat. Comes out there and she's all crazy, gets in the cat's face wanting to play, and the cat just starts rubbing his face on her, purring and whatnot. But that pit bull is scared to death of the tuxedo cat because he will chase her, growling and swiping at her, and she runs.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
Yeah.
The dog we've got the husky mix. She's a Goberian, half husky, half golden retriever, and the small young 2-year-old cat will go into her crate, and the dog will, whine and howl at us, and it's like, what do you want? Like, what? And she'll take you over to her crate, and the cat's just, taking a bath inside her crate, and it's like, really, you're 100 times bigger than the stupid cat. Just bark at the cat. The cat will run, like, but it's like, nope, the cat is definitely in charge of this relationship show. So nuts. But I want to change the subject because Paul's here.
Sure.
This is something that I was talking to Paul with a little bit last night on Bear Stream. But and this is something that Jason and I talked about at some point. But we're talking about the train. So Paul was considering taking a train to come to CNY. Probably next year, possibly this year. We don't know. I of course told him that it's a great train station. Utica train station is gorgeous, and that we'd pick him up there. But it's what a 13-hour.
Yeah, it's like
something. I think
it's like a 14-hour trip. Yeah.
What do you think of that, Jason? We've had discussions. We've talked. We've usually decided to drive. But what would you think about taking a train to go to Philly or to some of these conventions?
As long as a first class car was available, I would do it. If we were in Europe, I would say, absolutely, man, take the train. You're going to have a great time because I rode the train all over Europe and I never once had a bad experience. Unfortunately, American trains are Amtrak, and they are. I mean, sometimes they're open sewers. You have to get kind of lucky, man. Wow. I'm serious. No, and I'm serious.
I mean, I haven't been on a train that was that bad.
There's the bathroom at the end of the train.
Yeah,
and I don't mean every time, and of course, but the doors swinging open. And the overflowing toilet is sloshing out into the car. I've seen that.
Wow.
And I'm just like, this is unacceptable. But here we are stuck on the train. And also,
God, Paul's not coming anymore.
Yeah, I was like,
no, if you've got the schedule and okay, it's going to take me 13 hours to get there, you're good to go. But in Europe, that same train ride would take you 5 hours. It's just. Our train system's god awful, which is ridiculous because we started this shit. So if it'll get you here, and as long as Roger and I have talked about doing the train. The problem is it's 13 hours. Like we would leave at 6 a.m. and get there at 8 or 9, to Lake Geneva. We would get to Lake Geneva at 9 o'clock at night, but then to go back home. We leave at 9 o'clock at night and then get back at noon. It's just so the schedule's just all kinds of wonky. But if you have the time, or you've got extended vacation, I got to worry about it. Get on the train, man. I would, why not? Anything to get here. So there you go.
Yeah. And it came up in conversation, and I was, and like I said, we had kind of talked about it. And I think if you can get a decent first class thing would be okay. My limit for driving, is 6 hours, I think. And I mean, of course, I'm going to WizardCon. That's going to be 13 hours in the car probably.
You're switching
it's
off
10
with the
hours.
wife, though, right?
Yeah, the wife is probably going to drive most of it. She enjoys driving, so
There you go.
so yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. We'll make some stops, and we can do it.
Fuck, my wife
fine.
doesn't switch with me. We used to drive to go see her family. We used to drive to go see her family in Omaha, 17 hours straight, and I'd drive the whole way.
Yep.
My wife would rather drive the whole way. She's the one that wants to drive. Like I gotta plead with her.
Last time we did it overnight. The last time we did it, my kids were real little at the time. We did it overnight, and I gotta tell you, about 3 p.m, we're in Iowa. We're less than an hour away, and I pulled over and I'm like, unless you want us dead in a ditch, it's time for you to drive because I can't handle it anymore. And that was it. I was like literally got in the passenger seat and I was out cold.
Yeah,
Edgelord, you're gonna scare him away.
No,
Yeah, right.
Good. Yeah, for me, if I'm in the car, I need to be driving. I don't like. In fact, the only time that I can remember my wife driving was the last time we were at Page, or not. Excuse me, not Page. PAX Unplugged. I got food poisoning, and I spent the entire last day of it coming out of both ends at the same time. So I got no sleep. I was sick as a dog, and so Stephanie drove home. But even then, I was like, "Oh, this is terrible," because I don't like the loss of control, and but not only that, but like I get motion sickness, and so like I can't be like I'm going to read a book or I'm going to play with my Switch. I can't do any of that because I start getting sick, and I'm like, okay, this. So now I'm just sitting in the passenger seat for 6 hours with nothing to do, and I'm hyperactive as hell, and I can't do this anymore. I've got to be driving.
Just imagine you sitting there sweating, occasionally barfing into a bag, and you're like, don't forget the cruise control. Don't.
I managed to go faster. Right before we left, I had another evacuation. I drank half a bottle of Pepto, and we managed to make it home before I had to go again. Yeah. But like as soon as I got the door open, I'm like running down the hall to the bathroom so I can grab the trash can and do it again. That was a miserable experience. I don't know if it was the bratwurst or the street food, but something got me, and it got me hard. Yeah, that was great.
The street food in Philly, I'm sure that wasn't the problem.
Yeah. Well, that was breakfast, and that was just an egg on a bagel. That wasn't a big deal. I think it was the bratwurst that I got at the Christmas fest that night. I'm pretty sure that's certainly what came out of me because I recognized it. So,
save for some crap.
Right? I failed natural ones all night long, dude. Yes.
Oh man.
Yeah, I can go into more detail if you like. It was a great time.
Yeah. No, it's terrible. Well, I think you've been sick worse than I have at conventions. Usually, like PAX Unplugged, I think a couple times. I've come back on Sunday and I've got the sniffles, and then maybe Monday I've had like a light fever or something. But you, like, man, like 2 or 3
Who
times
wants COVID?
You're like day one. You're like, oh, I'm dying, and this is you got COVID. We were at MEPA and we're in the same hotel room, and
I had gone to visit my mom in New Mexico, and I was fine. New Mexico was great. I got it in the airport. I know who gave it to me at the airport because that son of a bitch was coughing his lungs out next to me, and I looked at him and I was like, great, I'm going to MEPA in 2 days. Sure as shit, man. Got there. You and I drove. And I was like, man, it's getting kind of hot in here. And I was like, it's no big deal. Maybe I've just got a little sniffle from because, it's planes. You're sucking up recycled air. I was like, maybe I've just got a little travel sniffle. Halfway through the first game in MEPA, I was like, I want to die. It just got worse after that, man.
And then we were supposed to game with George, and you came to the table and you looked like death. And you were like, guys, sorry, I don't think
I'm not going to make it.
And then you left, and it was so bad that George, like during the game, George was like, "Is he okay? Maybe you should go check on him. Maybe you should text him." And I'm like, "No, he's probably fine." And I'm thinking, like, I don't want to go near that guy. What are you, crazy?
We're sharing the room, for God's sake.
Sharing the room. I'm like sleeping. I'm at like the furthest edge, like on the bed, so I can get 3 more feet, away. And I'm like, oh, I'm getting sick. And I did. I think I got it on like the last day.
Yeah, I gave it to you. I gave it to George, and I gave it to Cyrus.
Yeah. But what are you gonna do?
It to all my DMs.
You're right there. Yeah. Oh man.
Games are
Yeah.
canceled for the next 2 months, guys. Take
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody's messaging me, "Hey man, I've just tested positive." I'm like, "Guys, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that I had COVID until it was too late. I just thought I had a sniffle." Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, it happens. I mean, it's whatever, but yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, that was that. PAX Unplugged. I remember you getting sick there. But yeah, usually it's afterwards. I'll get sick. I'll get it after. But
just get the crud.
yeah, right. Con crud
But
or whatever.
hygiene helps. Vitamin C doesn't really
Yeah.
do anything for you, but it's a good placebo, and it doesn't do
No,
any harm.
right. And I was going to
It's-
say that Jean, my wife, she gets on me because I'll get the like when I was doing these classes for the kids, I got the chewable vitamin C.
Yeah, the vitamin
things,
C
and I'm, like,
chewable, sure,
popping
yeah.
3 and I'm like, she's like, you know those don't work, right? Like it's
Yeah.
just, and I'm like, you shut up. They're
Yep.
fine. They
I
work.
believe it's
They're
going
a
to work.
miracle.
I'm good to go.
Just keep saying that.
But
and
it's
I'll get through
really
it.
more than anything. It's hygiene. Wash your hands. Don't touch
Yeah.
your face. And that's like you guys see me on the stream. I'm constantly doing this.
I'm always doing it.
Scratching my nose all the time. I'm terrible about that. But what are you gonna do, man? I just go to the con. You're gonna get sick sometimes. Just try to make it worth it.
Yeah.
So, and the only one that hasn't been worth it is PAX Unplugged, because that is my least favorite con. Every other time though, con's been great. So, whatever.
Yeah. Fun times. So yeah, hopefully that doesn't turn Paul off on coming to CNY.
Oh yeah, the
with
the
trains and stuff.
finding out that Amtrak is like the Trans-Siberian Railway. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
Well, it
It's
first came up
fine.
because we found out that the Amtrak stop over by Adepticon was like a block away, and we're like, oh, we could just shoot right down to Chicago with that. But if it's like, if it's a some kind of Mumbai open air toilet, then it's like,
thinking about it, and I was serious about that trip that had the open toilet. That did happen, but I think part of it is, I spent 11 years in Europe. And my wife and I, man, we rode the train because I was stationed in Germany. So we traveled all over Europe by train. And we always rode first class because first class is not terribly expensive in Europe. It's really just like a little bit better than second class. But every time we rode the train in Europe, it was flawless. Like one of my favorite memories. Stephanie and I, we were stationed down in southern Germany, and we were going up to the coast for our anniversary, December 6th. So it's winter in Germany, so it's starting to snow. We're on the train, and it's in the middle of the night. It's like 10 o'clock at night. It's dark as hell out, and we're on the ice, and so it's just flying down the tracks, nice and smooth, really pretty. And I look out the window, and off in the distance, I can see a small German village lit by the street lamps that are out there, and it was like looking at a snow globe. And so that things like that are so ingrained into my memory of it that when I get on the average American train, it's like riding third class in Europe, and I'm like, oh, this place sucks. I don't want to ride this train, because it's never going to be equal to what I did in Europe. So it's probably not as bad as I'm painting it. It's going to get you there. It's just not as fun as I remember it being. So
well, Dan says
let
that
me
he's been on Amtrak a bunch and has never run across a Golgothan. So I think we're good. So
Jason,
I had a little dogma reference there.
I had a little opposite experience because in '95 I went to London, and we ended up going over to France for the day, to Paris. So we took the Channel train over. And I could tell you, when that Channel train comes out under the English Channel and comes into France, the view that you get is slums.
Yes,
because there was nothing but slums all along that railroad.
That is certainly true, and I've done the Channel as well. It's certainly true, but it's the Channel. It's a humongous train station, and there's just hundreds of cars waiting to get on there. And it's all industry in that area. There's nothing pretty in that. But once you go into the countryside, that's when it becomes incredible. So, but I agree. Yeah, the Channel is. In fact, I fell asleep both ways on the Channel because there's nothing to look at. So,
there's nothing. You're in the dark under the
channel. Under the English Channel. Yeah.
Well, Paul, have you taken Amtrak trains? I mean, around or?
No, I'm trying to think of the last
Okay.
time I took a train. I haven't flown a plane since pre 9/11, so it's been a while. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
a high school
Yeah, wow.
graduation in 2000.
Let me tell you, it's a little bit different now.
Yeah, you got to take your shoes off. They take scans of your naked body beneath your clothes. Who knows what to do with that? Yeah, all that
crazy
stuff.
I with the last time we flew when we went to GaryCon, I remember I had my bottle of Pepto with me, and no, that wasn't GaryCon. It was when we went to Florida to go to Disney. I had my bottle of Pepto with me in my pouch, my carry-on, and it flagged as an explosive device in my bag. They scanned it.
Sure.
So
yeah,
no, it stops my ass from exploding.
So they pulled me aside. They're like, "Sir, we need you to identify this thing or whatever." And I'm like, I can see the shape. I'm like, that's my Pepto. Like, oh, we're gonna need you to like slowly open this thing, and I'm like, well, the thing's sealed, and I'm like, well, in order for us to let you take it on the plane, you're gonna have to open it, break the seal, we gotta test it, and like all of that. And I'm like, listen, if you don't let me on the plane with this, it's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad.
There will be an explosion.
And they like tested it. They had to like, remove some. They're like, oh, we have to like pull some out, and like, they're dipping stuff in it. Like they had like a litmus paper, like stuff. I don't know what they were doing. They're like, oh, okay, you're good. It's fine.
So,
And I was like,
sir, we have to justify our budget. So
yeah, right.
We're gonna drag this out as long as possible.
Like I'm standing there with my socks.
But we got to use it.
Yeah, and I'm like, great. They're like, yeah, you got this bottle that flagged as explosive, and I'm like, yeah.
So I set off an alarm in Memphis because I had ammunition in my bag that I forgot about and didn't declare. And my buddy and I were coming back from this course, and we were at the thing where we're going through the X-ray, and we're taking all our belts and all that shit off, and then it's busy. And then I'm like, I hear our names on the PA being called, and I'm like, hey, dude, they're calling our name. So they want us to return to the front thing. So we're like, all right, shit. So we throw all the stuff back on. And they met us halfway, and they're like, hey, do you guys have something in your bag that? And I was like, and they knew who we were because we had ID'd ourselves on the way in. But I totally forgot about 50 rounds of pistol ammunition I had because it's fucking Memphis. So I was going to have a loaded pistol while I was strapped. Yeah. So immediately what I did when I got off the plane was jam mags when my buddy drove a car. So we'd be all right. And I was like, oh, shit. So we go back, and he's like, yeah, where is it? And I told him. And he's like, yeah, you guys are all set. See you later. Okay.
I had a similar experience I was going on R&R during my first tour in Iraq. I had an assault pack that I've been carrying C4 in for 9 months because that's just where it went. I'm getting ready to go on R&R, go to my hooch. I dump all the stuff out onto my bed, stuff some clothes in there. Off I go. I hit the United States because they don't check that shit when you're flying out of Iraq. But I land, I'm going through security. The dog starts losing its goddamn mind, and I'm but I'm in uniform. You travel in uniform, so the dog's going nuts. And the guy comes over and he goes, "So you're going on R&R, right?" And I was like, "Yeah." What's in your bag? I was like, "Clothes." And I was like, but yesterday there was 5 pounds of C4 in this bag. He's like, yeah, that's what we figured. But so, they were real cool about it. I had to go and, they bring the chem wipe and okay, I'm good to go. There's nothing in the bag. But I was like, I should have thought about this ahead of time.
Whoops.
But no.
Yeah.
Like, sir, you're going to have to throw that in the trash.
No.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I was hosting a class, and the instructors were coming up from Tennessee, and one of them, he told me when he got here, he's like, yeah, I almost didn't make it because he had a gun, like this small, like hideaway gun in his bag. He's like, I totally fucking forgot about it. And it goes through the X-ray. Obviously, it sets off the alarm. The only thing that saved him is that the company he was with, they had a equipment store too, and the cops that showed up had bought stuff from the store, so they knew who he was because he ran the store. So they were like, all right, he's like, I don't know what's going to happen with fucking TSA when I get back. They weren't happy, but I didn't get arrested. So, and then the other guy that was with him was like, yeah, I didn't think he was going to make it. He had a little pistol in his bag.
Did you ever watch Tulsa King? Stallone's Tulsa King.
Later, Stephen. Thanks for coming.
I saw parts of it, but not the whole thing.
There's a scene where the boss from New York is going to Tulsa to meet with Stallone's character, and he's got his pistol on him, and so he tries to go through security. So of course they wrap him up. Then later on, the word gets around that he was stopped at the airport, and he goes, "What kind of idiot packs a pistol into the airport nowadays?" And everybody's like, "Ah." So that's who the hell does that nowadays? What's going to happen.
Yeah,
man.
Yeah. Well, I remember I didn't get in trouble, but like we used to have to go to Boston a lot, my wife and I, for her medical stuff. And I had this bag that I took everywhere with me, and it had stuff in it. And I wasn't up here. I didn't give a shit, right? I was still working, didn't care. But I fucking start to go into the hospital, and I look down, and there's this, it's like an Ella Bean backpack, doesn't look like anything special, but it has this mesh pocket on the side, and I had filled that with pistol mags, and I was like, oh shit. I rustled back to the car and dumped those things out.
Were they loaded or empty mags?
Oh yeah, fuck yeah. Yeah, no, they were all loaded, ready to go.
We the first year I went to Philly for PAX Unplugged, they had the whole like metal detector set up, and they were searching bags and everything else, and I got pulled. Metal detector goes off, so they searched me or whatever, and they found my Swiss Army knife, little Swiss Army knife thing, 3-inch blade, fold blade on it, whatever, and they're like, "Oh, you can't have this in here." And I was like, well, I'm not like, what am I going to do with that? Like, it's not no, you get no weapons, like anything else. Like, okay, like whatever. So I was like, all right, well, when can I get it back? And they're like, oh no, we're going to confiscate it. And it's gone forever. And I'm like, oh, the hell you are. So I like snatched it back and they're like, oh, we're going to have to escort you out and like everything. So I'm like, all right, whatever. So I had to go back across the street to the hotel, drop it off the hotel, came back, went through security check again, got through this time, no problem. Whatever, was late, half hour late for my first game because of that. So anyway, so the first time we went with the fam and everything. And then the last day, so on Sunday, we said, all right, we're going to go, to the Liberty Bell and to see what's down there. Is it the Declaration of Independence? I think is down there. Yeah, Independence Hall Declaration. So we're gonna go see that. And so,
well, no, the Declaration of Independence is in Washington D.C. in National Archives.
Okay, well, there's something in Philly. I don't remember what it was. It was some document. I don't know if it's maybe not.
It's probably reproduction.
Probably reproduction and like the Liberty Bell to get into all that stuff. So right. So we go down there. So it was me, Gene, Chloe, and Bill was there with us, and I go in it. So when I packed up everything from the hotel, like I just, instinctively I put my pocket knife back in my pocket because I just left it on the counter, and I just instinctively it goes in my left pocket. That's where it is all the time. It still is now, But so I get in line to go to the Liberty Bell and stuff, and I realize you park underground and you're like a quarter mile from the place. So I'm in line and I realize, oh shit, we got to go through security, and I got this pocket knife on me now. And literally, like, they wouldn't let me into the board game convention. There's no way I'm going into the, I mean, these are like real, like military people, you know what I mean? They're not rent-a-cops, right? So we get inside the building, and I flag down one of the security guys, and I'm like, hey, listen, man, I got a knife on me. I forgot to leave it. And he's like, oh, let me see. And I pull the thing out, and the guy laughs. Right. And he's like, oh, that's fine. We don't care about that. You can have that on you.
Don't want your Rambo knife coming in.
What? Yeah. Like, that's it? It's just a folding thing? I said, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm like, and he just laughed. And I was like, yeah, like I was at a board game convention, and literally they were ready to throw me out because I had the thing. So
Yeah.
It's just so weird. They get so so anal about that stuff, like PAX Unplugged. And I don't know if all the PAX events are like that. High security, but
They are.
it's just
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, for a
PAX
game con, that's pretty high security. I don't think I've ever got checked anywhere for anything for a con. So,
Yeah, PAX Unplugged. Everybody goes through the metal detectors. The first couple of years they were searching everybody with a bag. They were searching, and then now you just go through the metal detectors, and if the light goes off, you got to get pulled aside, and you go through. I usually get pulled because I usually have an umbrella.
I heard you're doing personal pat downs at Central New York.
That's hot.
I'm doing personal pat downs. Yeah, Central New York. I'm in charge. I'm doing personal pat downs. Yeah.
We tried to tell him to hire somebody to do it. He said, "Nope, I want to pat everybody."
That's right. No, I'm going to personally do it myself. I'm going to take one
wear
for the
my
team.
tightest jeans with no underwear. Stuff a banana down there. Let you know what's up. Yeah.
Paul, it's a perk to coming to CNY. You get an intimate hug from me.
Get a pat down.
I have to laugh when you see these pat downs that the TSA does, and they're like literally groping you. And then I worked 25 years in prison, and the pat downs there were just a joke. You watch people do pat downs, and you're like, "Did you even touch the guy?"
Yeah.
TSA, they're all about it.
I used to do work at Central New York Psychiatric, and that's maximum security, and I'd go in there.
It's fake prison.
Right. But I'd go in there, and I'd have like a cart loaded up with tools and everything, and like they would pat me down and like look, go through stuff. But then they're just like, "Yeah, go ahead." And I've got a cart full of tools. There's screwdrivers, I got a sawzall, I got all this stuff.
But what I'm saying is, come an hour further and come to Auburn Correctional, which is a real max.
Sure.
You ain't coming in with that cart.
No, I get it. I get it. Yeah.
No, I shouldn't say that. The contractors, they're going to bring their tools and carts in.
Yeah.
But there's a whole process to it, and they're going to get escorted down. They're going to get inventoried. They're going to get locked
you've got a CO that's walking next to you the whole time.
Yeah. You're not just...
Yeah, I was going to say, back in the World of Warcraft days, I had some guildmates that were corrections officers in the Twin Cities, and they were telling us all kinds of horror stories about body cavity searches. And I was like, wonderful. I don't want to go to prison even more now.
Yeah. You don't want to bend and spread them?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Chubby commented on me being a train grognard. I absolutely am, dude. I am such a huge train nerd. Huge nerd. I've got model trains down in my basement. I've got a dozen different locomotives. I really just wanted to get us off the prison wallet topic.
Even more, Edgelord, what kind of whiskey you bringing?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Yeah,
I'll be bringing my rum.
It's a great question. We'll probably do probably after the movie. We'll probably do a little
the cultural exchange.
Secret
is the movie Friday night or Thursday?
Friday night, yeah, 8:30 to 10:30. Friday night.
The Skyrim board game is Thursday night. Then I think.
Yes,
is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Here, Roger. You're bringing Blanton's? Well, fucking come find me.
Come find me. Yeah, we we gotta be careful with bringing whiskey in and drinking it around. I mean, there's places we can do it where no one will see us, but. You can't walk around the convention during the public hours. No. I mean, we could do it in the room, and that's what we did last year. I kind of, we had a bunch of people just come in the other room after the convention hours and do it. We can't be walking around the convention. But yeah, after the movie Friday, we'll and it clears out, and like especially like once the kids are gone.
Should I bring? I could bring like a 12-pack of these if you want and share.
There you go. Good. There you go.
Oh, I was like, oh, that looks tasty. Oh, high potency THC.
It's just tea?
50 milligrams THC, 50 milligrams CBD.
Oh, Jesus.
No, I had to pass.
I can't. I can't do that.
Yeah.
I'm not allowed.
Never done it yet. No plans to. Yeah.
Yeah. Same.
Yeah. But yeah, no, we'll do some stuff at CNY. We'll have a toast or something afterwards. Well, it'll be exciting. We did last year, so we will again.
Yeah.
So what's crazy about those Wisconsin conventions, man? No open container laws. It's just like just drunken savages everywhere.
Yeah. 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 I've heard
everybody
some
goes
crazy
to that
stories.
after party at GaryCon where it's like 7:00 and it's at the bar and there's 300 people packed into that bar.
Yep.
And Larry Elmore is sitting there like a king amongst his servants, and
Yeah.
everybody's talking to him, and it's loud as hell, and everybody is drunk, and just like, wow, man, I just want to say hi, and I have to leave.
Yeah.
Great though.
Yeah. Crazy times. They got at CNY, the bar that's in the hotel does karaoke on Friday night. And
told you we should-
I didn't realize it is such a big hit as it was. They were like, yeah, we do karaoke on Friday. And I was like, all
That
right,
place was
who's
packed.
coming out? I was like, yeah, who's coming out to a hotel bar to do karaoke, right? And like
All
hang
of
out?
Utica, apparently.
That place
Apparently a lot
was
of people.
slammed. Oh
Well,
my God. Yeah.
Get some drinks in us, and we'll get all the nerds in there.
Yeah.
Nuts. Yeah, I'd love to do that. Get everybody in the bar on Friday night singing some crazy stuff.
Nobody wants to hear me
But,
sing.
Yeah, well, I mean, I listen. I wandered in there a few times. Nobody wanted to hear any of those people.
Right.
No stogies for me, edgelord. I smoked cigarettes for about 18 years. I haven't had a cigarette now in probably another 18 years. I don't do cigars. I don't do any of that stuff.
Nope. Don't smoke.
Yeah. I quit smoking a long time ago. 20 years now, probably, maybe more. So I don't even do cigars. I used to do a cigar once in a while, but then I found myself like holding it and flicking it like a cigarette, and I was like, nope, I can't do this anymore.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but yeah, good times. But yeah, we'll do we'll do a toast, and we can do some of that. I mean, I can't get plastered because I'll be too paranoid that I'm gonna miss something going on, So, but yeah, fun times. I was a nervous wreck last year. I'll probably be close to a nervous wreck this year. A little bit better, I think. Went off without a hitch.
Yeah.
But
well, maybe that's why I need to bring you one of those drinks.
Fun times. I can't. I would. I can't. It's not
I know.
work.
I know.
Work won't work.
So
I haven't been pulled for a random drug test in the past 10 years. I guarantee if I have a sip of one of those, 5 minutes later, I'll get a text message that I got to go in Monday for a random drug test.
I get
It's
it. So
THC. It is legal in the state of New York. You have nothing to worry about.
No. That's
the
not
union.
true.
The union.
Union. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah,
Yep.
Yeah.
I can't. Sorry.
It's just like when I worked for the state. Just like when I worked for the state. It may be legal in the state, but it wasn't legal for state workers.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, sure.
Same here.
Yeah, I forgot about because Honeywell doesn't care as long as you're not high on the job. It's like being drunk on the job. They don't care as long as you're not. But I forgot about the union thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't speak to that.
Union, we still can't. We got to do things right.
It's funny because
none of those guys do weed.
When I was
they all do, yeah.
When I was a teenager, I couldn't stand weed. It's back then all you did was smoke it, and it always made me feel like shit. So I didn't do it. And then I, of course, 25 years with corrections, so I didn't touch any of that stuff. My wife had a script for medical marijuana for her back, and she said it helped her a lot. So then once it became legal here, and they were like, you could go into the craft beer store and buy gummies.
Yeah.
I started picking them up for her, and I waited until after I was retired and officially done. And then I'm like, I got to try one of these. And now I take one every night before I go to bed, and it helps me sleep.
There you go.
I don't take them. I take 10 milligrams. Like this thing's been sitting in the fridge now for months because I'm like, this thing is going to knock me out.
It's going to kick my ass.
Yeah. My wife and I were going to split it sometime, but I'm like, we got to do it sometime when you don't have to work the next day and we got no kids around. And
maybe my dad was a cop when I was growing up, and so I had no interest in it. All of my friends did, but they all knew that my dad was a cop, so none of them did it around me.
Yeah.
Well, 3 of them came over to hang because we all played Dungeons and Dragons. 3 of them walked in the door, and it smelled like burning rope. And I was like, I didn't even know what I didn't know what weed was.
Yeah.
And so my mom comes over and she says, Jason, you should have your friends leave before your dad gets home. And so I'm like, okay, guys, let's go. You know, so we went off to the beach. I live in South Florida. So we take off. And when I get home a few hours later, I'm like, Mom, why'd you tell my friends to leave? And she was like, you have never used marijuana. And I was like, no, ma'am. So she told me what it was, what was going on. And I was like, oh God, my dad's going to kill me if he comes home and smells the shit in my room. Yeah. Totally foreign to me. I still never have done it.
You know, the thing about it today, though, it's if you're somebody like, I got a buddy of mine he's a big drinker. And I told him one day, I'm like, you know, you should probably just give up the fucking booze and get some gummies or something. It's way better for you.
Yep, it's not going to kill your liver.
It's not going to kill your liver. It does, you know. But
yeah.
I don't know. I still have some friends that are like, oh yeah, it's 2 p.m, and they're like, hey, let's have some gummies. No, I don't do that shit.
Yeah.
Like I said,
Mike, maybe you should pop half a gummy before coming on the stream on Tuesdays. Maybe you'll go a little easier on me.
The gummies that we get are 10 milligram, and I can tell you it barely does anything for me, but it's great when I go to bed because it just calms enough to like help me sleep.
Yeah.
Some people get fucked up. Like my wife takes a half and she says that's more than enough, and one would mess her up. One doesn't really do much to me. So, but I don't see a need to do more. It does enough.
Is it a pain thing for you? Or just
my lower back. It's my lower back, and I the only side effect now is I've found that if I don't take one, I have a hard time falling asleep.
So, that's called addiction. My issue is when I lay down to go to bed, sometimes it like when my back starts to decompress, like that, like I can feel, you know, it's painful as it does it settles in and stuff. So
but you can't do it if you're going to get drug tested. So
no, I can't. But if I get a script, putting smoking in shadow sun, very similar to potions. Clay pipe fire widely available. Water isn't, so I figure better than potions. Yeah, that's awesome. That sounds cool. That also sounds like it would take time too, which kind of makes it, you know, more interesting than a potion, because like a potion you can just quaff it quick, whereas that you got to take, you know, some time to get it in your system, you know.
Yeah.
So I have a story for you. One of my gamers in my group was a sergeant at the prison with me, and he was always so straight laced. And he's the guy that actually, after he retired, was the one that turned me onto the gummies because he started taking them. But now he's decided to, like, you know, we've got all these dispensaries here, so now he'll go and buy this weed and I'll bring you a joint. I'm like, I don't want any of that. I'm not going to smoke that shit in my fucking lungs. First of all, you know, I don't want any of that. But he told me that he bought it's a 2-pack of gummies. They were 2,000 milligrams, 1,000 each. He said he took one of them and he was fucking high for 3 days. He goes, I was so fucked up. 3 days, he said.
Wow.
That might make the meetings that I have to go nonstop at work. That could be a lot better.
Yeah.
These young whippersnappers. Zach, I think I got 10 years on you, so. Maybe not Paul. I think Paul's the young one.
Oh, yeah. I'm only 44, so.
Oh yeah,
the baby. Hey,
look at he doesn't even have gray. He doesn't even have gray in his beard.
They're there. I just, you know, I'm one of those fools that's like, if I pluck them, no one will see.
It's more. I might as well just shave mine.
Yeah. That's why I put the microphone right here. Then nobody can see.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. After I retired, I was working at Home Depot, and one of my associates was telling a customer where to find me, and she said, "Just look for the salt and pepper gentleman in the door aisle." And I was like, "Salt and pepper? Holy shit!" Yeah, she got me.
You looked at yourself in a mirrored surface, and you looked like you just aged immediately.
Yep.
Like, oh god.
Oh man.
Oh my god. Zach wants to talk about bidets.
Bidets,
yeah.
No comment.
Right.
You know,
I use a shower. So.
Zach, we got to get Zach over. Zach, I used to hang out, play Magic with Zach, and he'd come over and jump into an RPG every now and again. And but then he got married, had a kid, and I haven't seen him since. I think his kid's 3 now, maybe, I don't know. And so I think the next time I'll actually get to game with Zach will be when his kid goes to college. I think that's so no, Zach, John, you got to come over sometime, jump into a game on Sunday, play some stuff. 2.5 years. Wow. Wowee. And you've only invited me out to dinner once in 2.5 years.
And we've
Terrible.
been playing together for 8 years now. So why hasn't he come over to play?
It's been 8 years. Oh, well, we didn't. Oh boy, here we go. We didn't talk.
7.5.
We didn't talk for a while. He did some things while gaming a long time ago that then we kind of had a falling out. So
All right.
he was trying to set a plastic water bottle on fire in my basement. That was He was a young kid screwing around,
Okay.
That's how long it's been since he played Magic. 2.5 years. Jesus.
Roger, is it bad that Auburn has Prison City Brewery and their most famous beer is called Mass Riot?
That's not great. That's not great. Falling out. That's what it was, a falling out. Listen, I'm not going to argue with you over YouTube here, but it was a falling out. That's what I'm going to call it. It was me getting mad at you and you never coming back.
On that note, I'm going to call it a night.
So soon?
Yeah. Well, it's 9. My eyes are starting to burn, and I'm not smoking anything, so I must be tired.
No, we've been going 3 hours.
Yeah.
What, you got anything else to add? Any final thoughts on anything that we've covered?
No, I was really happy to meet Alex. I put in the chat that I mistakenly thought it was a different person with the name of Alex in their name, and I really wasn't looking forward to tonight. I was like, I'm just going to be quiet, and if the guy says something, I'll respond, but I wasn't looking forward to it. But as soon as you put in the chat, it's ACKS, or I think you said to him, I really like ACKS. I was like, holy crap, different guy. So then I got all ramped up. I was super excited to talk to him about it. So yeah, great night. Again, great podcast.
Cool.
Chubby, man, I am so happy that you produce the stuff you do because it's all just been the highest quality. I'm going to keep buying it. So awesome. Yeah, that's all I got. So
cool, man.
That's it.
Yeah,
you guys have a good night.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
Last thing. Sorry. I saw a comment much earlier that Edgelord put in, still demanding that I start a channel. It's never going to happen.
Oh yeah, Carpentry and Crusades.
It's never going to happen, man. Never going to happen.
Carpentry and Crusades.
Yeah. All right. You guys have a great night.
I think I'm going to start one. I'm going to start it and put your picture on it, and then
sure, I'll still co-host. I'm happy to be a guest on anybody's channel. I'm fine with that. I just don't want to mess with this nonsense. So
yeah,
later.
I hear you. Take care, man. So yeah, good times. So yeah, fun times. Yeah, we rag on him. He like Carpentry and Crusades. I think that'd be fun to do that.
Why not?
Or, hopefully we're gonna build a game table up here pretty soon. I don't know when that's going to be. Probably sometime after the convention. But start doing that. But that'll be cool because we looked at I looked at some of the more expensive tables, the wooden tables and stuff that are out there, and they're just they're just way. I mean, I get it, right? Some of them are a really good quality, and so they're 8,000, 10,000, whatever. I get it. It's craftsmanship. You're paying labor. I get it, but that's over my budget.
Some of them are shit quality too, though. For a lot of money.
Yeah, I've been to some conventions. I don't want to call people out. I'm sure that you've seen them, but I've looked at stuff where a guy's selling a table for $5,000, and you look and you feel the joints, and they're not even. It's not smooth. You can feel the bumps, and it's like, dude, this is great for your home, and this is the quality that I want. That I'd be okay with if I built it for my house. But it's not something that should be,
not something I'm paying $5,000 for. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Um,
some of them are just particle board and cam locks too.
Yeah, right.
You-
Right.
I'm not spending thousands of dollars for
Well,
a
that
game table made out of
easy
little
to
cam
mass
locks.
produce.
IKEA trash. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. IKEA. Who wants that? Then like one person spills their water on it, and half the table
It
dissolves.
swells.
It bubbles up and everything. It's like, man, what do you do? So yeah, the goal would be to build a quick base, probably with just 4 legs, and then build the top out of just dimensional pine that's available, off the shelf, and then use that for a little while and take notes. And then after maybe 6 months to a year of using that, go back to our notes and then build another one out of, oak or maple or whatever.
I think I'm going to build one out of cherry. So we have a sawmill, and we've got 2 drying barns filled with lumber right now, and we have so much cherry, it's ridiculous. My father's like,
Yeah.
"Hey, let's use cherry for that." I'm like, "Dad, it's going to get painted or whatever." He goes, "Oh, who cares? I got so much of it." Like, no, but we could actually put it to some good use there. So,
Yeah, sure.
and we.
But I think it's a good idea to build like a working prototype, first.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't want to go right to cherry and then realize later, man, it would be nice if we had an extra 2 inches this way or what, things like that. So, so that's why I want to go with like cheap dimensional, lumber, something that we could put together quick.
Right.
And then it's not like, oh, I wish this was longer, a little bit higher, a little bit this, and we're $1,000 into it or whatever. I don't even know what cherry's going for these. I mean, I haven't even looked at.
Oh, I don't know. Like I said,
prices.
I
It's
won't be
crazy.
buying it.
Yeah, right. If you got it to use it, that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, but that's the plan, and we'll see. We'll see where it goes. And you could probably get away with using, plywood for a lot of it, and then just covering it with the cherry.
Well, I mean, you could also buy the higher end cabinet grade plywood.
Sure.
And stain it and whatnot.
Yeah.
That's what my computer desk is made out of. But my computer desk is older than my kids, so it's about 20 years old now. And I could tell you that you could tell it's plywood now. Over time, the finish is worn off of it. And there's parts where it's started to wear through a little bit.
Yeah.
It just, I don't know. My desk takes a beating. I do all my painting on it. It's got paint all over it now. It's, just, I'm not very good with that stuff. I treat it like shit.
Yeah, but that's good. It gives it a little character,
Yeah.
So, if it's a work desk, I mean, that's
that's
what you do. So, I'm Zach. I'm completely against putting cup holders on the thing. I think I really don't like drinks and stuff on the table, and I know that there's 2 thoughts. One is like if you put cup holders in, then people are using the cup holders, and that means that things are going to tip over less. But also, I think it puts stuff in the way. Like I'd rather people have side tables for snacks or cups or whatever. I don't know. What do you do, Mike? Do you have people at your table that have drinks and
Everybody's got drinks.
everything on the table?
Yeah.
Is it ever a problem?
Hasn't been, but it could be. I mean, I use neoprene battle mats. If somebody spills a beer all over it, I'm just going to wash it and hang it up and let it dry and whatnot. And,
I'm more worried about the books.
Yeah. I mean, where I sit, nobody's going to spill any drinks on my books. If they're spilling drinks they're spilling on their own books, if anything.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
right.
But I can see why cup holders might be a way to go. If it's a cup holder that's set into the table so they can set their drink into it and they're not spilling it.
Yeah. I think I kind of like the ones that like they have some that are built into the top edge. I think I'd rather have the ones that kind of like slide into the groove.
Yeah,
You know,
I
like
what you-
under, like lower down.
Yeah.
Because then they're not like right there. Like I feel if they're right there at that edge, like people leaning over the table to grab a mini or something, or, you know, that you'll bump into that stuff.
Hey, Ducato, I wanted to show you something. You want to see something fucking weird? I printed both of those towers.
What
See
the fuck?
See the difference in size?
Yeah. Why is one bigger than the other one?
I don't know. I don't know if the default for the regular tower was only 28 millimeters and the default for the other was 32.
What is normally the default? Like,
So,
well, that depends. 28 or 25, probably.
No, on printable scenery, 32 is their default.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because if you go and look at their sizing guide, they show all these different sizes, and they've got 32 at 100%. And then you scale it down for 28 or scale it up, you know. So 32 is their default, which is good because I'll be honest, with terrain, if you're using minis with it, 28 millimeter terrain with 25 or 28 millimeter minis gets kind of tight sometimes.
Yeah, I've made that mistake, like when I bought stuff, because it's cheaper to get to 28.
Yeah,
but then it doesn't fit right. Like I bought some ruined castle pieces from their previous Kickstarter, and I actually gave them away to one of the guys in chat. His son plays Bolt Action. I was like, "Here, take these. I'm not going to use them."
Yeah, so I print everything at their default setting, which for their new stuff is always 32, but some of their older stuff might have been 28. I don't know.
Well, I chose 28 specifically.
Solid wood board game table for 4 to 6 players, $500.
Yeah, my buddy got that. Like, I forget if it was a Prime deal or whatever, but he got it for like 300 something. So it's
it good?
Yeah, it's pretty solid. When we go there to play on Sundays, for
the most
really.
It looks pretty small though.
Yeah, no, it's not gonna. No, it says 4 to 6 players.
I'm gonna put the link in the chat, but Zach is building a whiteboard. I love having a whiteboard. I would definitely have something there to, you know, that can inset, you know, that I can draw on.
Right.
Probably without a grid at this point, but have something available to, you know, that has a grid. I'm kind of moving away from using a grid right now, but.
See, the way I would do it is if I wasn't going to put a TV into it, which I probably will put a TV in the table I build. But if I wasn't going to and I wanted to do a vault like that, I would make the inside of that vault probably 4 foot by 6 foot, so my neoprene mats would all fit perfectly inside of it.
Sure.
You know.
That was one thing I saw at Adepticon that was really nice. Those big mats that are like, you know, it can fit like a 6 by 6 foot area. You're like, wow, just these, you know, you just lay it out for the tabletop. So when people are rolling dice, it's not nicking the wood or anything. So.
Yeah, all mine are 4 foot by 6 foot. And the table we use is 4 tables pushed together that are 5 by 10.
Mm-hmm.
So it gives us plenty of room. I mean, we've got the full 4 by 6 to play on, and we still have a little bit of room for books and dice and whatnot.
Yeah. So. Yeah. Right now I'm using 2 6 foot tables, 6 foot by 30 inches, you know, kind of up next to each other. And that's what we use. But it's a decent size.
Mine's like 4 by 13.
Yeah. Wow. Mike, yours is pretty big too, right?
5 by 10.
Yeah. Wow. And how many players do you have?
At the moment, 4, but when we start our 2-week game, looks like we're going to have 8.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So, I've had 8 or 9 of mine.
We've had.
My campaign now, we have 5, but we got 2 of our regulars are kind of out, so I'm down to 3.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Let's see. One of them, he's had a lot of family stuff going on, so he's hasn't been very regular lately. I don't know if he's coming to the next session or not. But my buddy that I've been gaming with for a long time, his family, they're the ones that bought the event center, so they've been busy as hell with that. So he hasn't been in quite a while. So, and I just talked to him the other day, and he's like, "Yeah, probably not going to be back anytime soon because it's just crazy."
I think bar height. I think you got a good idea. He's saying so it's comfortable to move minis without hurting your lower back.
Yep.
But I think I start thinking about the chairs. Like it's easier and cheaper to buy chairs, for
For a
a
regular
normal
table.
30-inch height table or whatever,
Yeah.
Yeah.
than to have to buy, bar. Because what are you going to sit on? You're just going to have bar stools, or like your chair selection drops dramatically. I think
The way we actually set it up now with 4 players is I'm on one of the long ends by myself as a DM. And then on the two small ends, we have 1 player on each side, and then opposite me, there's 2 players. And the reason I did that is because, I'm right there. I can reach everything on the table from there.
Yeah.
Once I go up to 8 players, I'm going to have to shift around a little bit to make more room for people, but I don't know. That's why I'm still figuring out how we're going to build the table, because I really want to be able to accommodate for the full 8 players.
Yeah.
If I only had 4 and was only ever going to have 4, it'd be easy to make a table.
Yeah. What's counter height? Counter height's 36?
30, I believe.
No.
Is it 36?
It's got to be. It's higher than a regular table. Yeah, it's got to be maybe 36. And then a bar height's probably 42.
Yeah, counter height's 36. You're right.
Okay. So
Look
yeah,
at that.
or Dan, get like 4 of those adjustable height tables. Use them as your base. Set them all together, and then you can just have you push a button and the heights go up and down to whatever you need it to. So yeah, for skirmish play maybe.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I've seen them. They make them for board gaming, and I was like, yeah, if you do maybe skirmish level, it's going to suck if you're trying to do anything bigger though.
Yeah, right.
But I could definitely tell what he's talking about though. Yeah, especially when you're sitting there measuring and doing all that, it takes a toll on your back, especially if you're old and fat. That'll happen.
Yeah, well, nobody here is that.
No.
We're spry. Yeah, spring chickens we are.
Jesus Christ! There's a table on Etsy. I googled D&D table with 65-inch TV, and it came up with an Etsy one. Looks nice and all for
12 grand.
15,000.
15. Jesus.
Buy 2 of them.
Oh, here's one for 20.
Yeah.
With the TV that sits on top of it.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, that's great.
There you
These
go.
People have lost their minds.
Well, I mean, that's just like, think about the labor and stuff. That's what it is now. Like, think about like for me, right? Like I think about what I would have to do. Like for me to charge, like the time it would take and the labor, what I'd have to charge people to make what I make to go to work every day. Like, I wouldn't want to make less than that. Why would I want to make less than what I get paid to go to work every day to do it?
Right.
So, I mean, and it'd probably take me twice as long, to do than a carpenter, or somebody that's, doing that sort of thing every day. I mean, so, I'd have to charge just as much. Or, I mean, I get that it, probably I wouldn't get the sales, but you wouldn't need the sales. You just would need to sell one once in a while.
Well, I mean, I guess it all depends on what you're doing it for. If you're you want to quit your job and replace your income with it, then sure. But if it's
right.
I
was laughing at Edgelord there about the Blood Bowl League. That's
Blood Bowl 90s Blood Bowl League.
Rather accurate. Yep.
And I tried to get those Skirmishers Guild guys to come to your con, but the guy, I don't know.
I messaged him.
The one guy that runs it, I've been to his house when they ran some games and everything, and I talked to him on Facebook once in a while. But he's like, every time I bring it up, he's like, "Oh, maybe when my kid gets older." I'm like, "Dude, you you live in Lafayette. We're talking literally you could drive down for one day and do it.
It's an hour, yeah.
Right.
I think that I started looking into doing what they're doing. They're running Mario Kart Gaslands.
Well,
Mario Kart
they run a million
So,
different games.
They run all sorts of different tabletop stuff.
But yeah,
but that'd be cool. It'd be great to have them. I'd love to have them. To run some games.
But, yeah, but he keeps giving me every excuse in the book why he can't do it, and so I just kind of gave up on that.
I mean, Paul was going to come out until Jason told him about the exploding toilet on the Amtrak. So.
Yeah. Well, one of his biggest problems was he claimed that he's been to cons before and nobody signs up for the skirmish games, which could be entirely true.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on what con you're going to, I guess.
Sure. Yeah. Absolutely. I get it, but I guarantee, look, I mean, we already got signups for Mario Kart Gasland.
I know.
I mean,
I told him, I go, if you bring that thing and you promote it on the page leading up to it,
I've mentioned it to people. I've got like 4 or 5 people that would instantly want to play that.
I mean, listen, I've got Frostgrave 1.0 books, a whole bunch of them sitting here that have never been used. I mean, if somebody was running Frostgrave at your convention, I'd consider like jumping in a game and playing it.
Yeah. And the Frostgrave is super simple to pick up and everything. Yeah. I mean, it's great. I mean, I play Rangers of Shadow Deep.
I've got Rangers of Shadow Deep. I've got Frostgrave. I've got the Ghost.
Do you do the solo mode, Roger? Is that what you do?
Yeah. I've done solo, and then I've done it, like I started playing it. I was doing it on Sundays for a little while before our gaming. And so then Jason started showing up early, and so he played a couple times, and Joe played a couple times. And so I just kind of give them Rangers that I had already made up.
To be honest, I'd like to convince my group to try it, because I bought, the folio and the first edition book, but I also bought this just because as soon as I saw it come out in the setting, I'm like, it's fucking pirates and jungle. I got to have that.
It's cool.
But when I went and met those guys, I played some games there. And when I showed up, one of the guys was like, he goes, yeah, I work over at a UPS store. So I printed these up and bound them for you. So Rangers of Shadow Deep with some other stuff with whole bunch of loose leaf stuff. And then This Is Not a Test.
Okay.
Which is like a Wasteland game. And then the Wasteland companion for it. And I'm like, yeah, I would love to play this stuff, but none of my guys want to try any of it.
Yeah, right. Rangers of Shadow Deep is fine. I don't think it doesn't have a whole lot of stuff going on with it.
Well,
I mean, it's a skirmish type of game.
Yeah, but you know what?
Half
these fucking guys these days, when we talk about D&D, all they want to, you get in, half these games now all they are is dungeon crawling.
Right.
It's literally dungeon crawling with we're using the old mechanics and we're going to attract this and this. And I'm thinking, why don't you just play a skirmish game at that point?
Right.
That was like Otherworld Miniatures.
Rangers of Shadow Deep is fantastic.
Yeah. I've never played it, but I have, because I like Otherworld Miniatures, and they're out of business now, but you can get their models from other companies. But they came out with a skirmish game, and that was their whole premise, was like, we just get you to the dungeon crawl. Like, just get in there. Like, we're skipping all the other stuff that goes along with. If you want to do that other stuff, they're like, go play a role playing game. Like, that's what it's there for. But this is just to get you in to the actual exciting part of it. So
that was what was great about the first edition Warhammer Quest. That's pretty much what it was. It was like,
I have that.
To do all this stuff, and then you would randomly generate the dungeon and run around with your character.
Yeah.
Wow, this is great.
That's a super cool game. Like, I wish I had all of it. Like, I have the big box and a couple extra characters, but I never got the 2 expansions I wish I had. And the cool thing about that game was, if you wanted to, you could turn that into a role-playing game. Like, it gave you the steps because your character progressed as you went through, and then it had the thing like beyond you could start to, like, you could have played it like a role-playing game. It was awesome.
Yeah. No, and Rangers of Shadow Deep, like I said, I mean, if you're into the role playing and stuff, like,
the host is dead.
Uh-oh. Taken out.
I'm back.
Are there rules in this for solo play, or is that a separate?
Yeah. Yeah,
Rangers, yeah.
there's
Yeah, it's designed for
basically
solo play.
it says
And
how many points
cooperative.
you get, different points, and then you get so many like henchmen.
Like I
to
think
go
there's
with
a
it.
I think there's a book for Frostgrave, so you can play it solo. I think
Yeah,
one
there
of us
is.
might have it.
There is. I think that's it right there. The one that you had, Perilous something,
That one?
Perilous Dark. I think that's the book that's got the solo rules.
Yeah, it is solo and cooperative games, which
But yeah, you
focus
can
on
run
just on speed.
Rangers of Shadow Deep. You can run it solo with like one ranger, and then you can get like a bunch of like henchmen. Or like if you end up running with like 3 rangers, and they each only have like 1 henchman with them. But I mean, it works. I think it works great.
They can be. I don't have a lot of experience with the game. Like the last one I played is they run over at Crossroads. Necromunda's pretty popular, and I played that one day, and it was a lot of fun. I bought a bunch of stuff for it, and the problem is it's on the weekends, and most of my weekends I'm doing other gaming, so I don't really have a chance.
Mhm.
And then the problem with it, and I've listened to like some people that are pretty experienced with it, is that the fucking rules are like all over the books. Like it's not like they need like a little condensed, like this is how you start. Because it's really cool. Like I was like super impressed with like how it does 3-dimensional combat, which, coming from, playing D&D or other role-playing games with miniatures and terrain, like they don't do 3-dimensional combat very well at all. Like
Yeah.
it's, so like when you're talking about elevation and all that stuff, that was really cool. Like, and the setting for it, I'm a big fan. So I was like, oh, it's really cool.
So now Joe McCulloch does Rangers of Shadow Deep and Frostgrave.
Yes.
He's got Oathmark now, which looks awesome. And that's like fantasy mass combat. You got dwarves and elves and whatever.
It's his version of basically Warhammer, but much cheaper.
Yeah, much cheaper.
A 1 hour test that he's got to put 5 hours into, and luckily he's got us, so we're saving him. We're keeping him from the edge, guys.
Well, you should be 3.5 hours through it by now.
So we're here to help, Chubby. We're here to help.
Yeah, I never got on to Frostgrave, but we were doing 40K at the time, I think. So somebody pulled up Stargrave, so because we could just use our minis for that.
Yep.
And that was kind of fun, where it's like, you're just playing space pirates doing missions. And I was playing with a buddy of mine, and there's one where you're fighting on a ship that's it's getting hit with like micrometeorites or whatever like that. So occasionally there's a hull breach, and everybody gets pulled or gets blown by the atmosphere into the vacuum of space, either one way or the other. And you have to do initiative rolls and stuff to see if you could grab onto furniture or whatever and not get sucked off the ship. It was pretty cool.
Hey, Roger, I was showing Stan Printable Scenery just released a whole set of, they're calling it Desert Outpost Terrain. It's basically Star Wars stuff. Like
okay, cool.
Tatooine stuff. And
yeah, nice.
So I own the stuff through Terrain Tinkerer. Terrain Tinkerer was it's a separate company, and they had a Kickstarter, and you bought into it, and you could add all your printable scenery stuff to it. And what you basically did with it was like, it was a 3D building tool. You could put the stuff together, and it would literally combine them into single pieces, and then you could print just that piece. And that stuff was in there, and I made some of it, but none of it had like pegs to hold the levels together, so it all slid around,
Right.
and I didn't like it. Well, now they're taking all the stuff that they created with that and releasing it. And there's going to be like 10 or 12 models in the series for it, and a whole pack of scatter stuff, and the whole bundle is $25. So I'm going to buy that, and I told my wife, I said, I'm going to buy it. I'm going to print up one of each of the buildings in the scatter terrain and paint them up and bring them to the booth, because, I know most of this focus is D&D stuff, but Star Wars geeks will buy that shit up.
Yeah, absolutely.
It looks great.
Yeah. Edgelord wants to do a Star Trek skirmish game. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of want to try the. Well, first, Edgelord, when you say skirmish, I assume that you mean on like a man-to-man level, or are you talking about like ship to ship?
Star Trek would probably be ship to ship, I would think.
Well, that's what I was wondering. That's the first thing I thought of. Tom Tullis has got that Star Trek, the ship skirmish game with the it's got
Yeah.
the serial numbers filed off, but
Yeah.
he's basically got it's the Federation and Klingon ships. I wonder how that plays.
I don't know.
Curious to
I don't
try
know.
that.
Whatever he released initially for free, because some of it, usually when he puts out new
Yeah.
stuff like that, he'll give away the first part. He's like a drug dealer. First one's free, and then everyone after.
Yeah.
So
Free,
I only have the free stuff.
Away team, yeah, he's talking about man to man.
Oh,
okay.
That's crazy. What's this, Paul?
This is one that I'm trying to get to the table. It's called Don't Look Back. It's cool because you guys are talking about Rangers of Shadow Deep, rather. This is another co-op game, but you're pretty much playing the teens.
That's a horror one, isn't it?
Yeah, you're playing teens in a slasher kind of film thing. So you have this an automated killer who's always trying to get you.
Oh, yeah.
And if at any
I've seen
time
it.
anybody loses line of sight of where the killer is, you pull them off the board. And then so like if you're opening a door or you go around a corner or something like that, he can appear like right there, like in a horror
Oh,
movie.
that's awesome.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool
really?
little things about it. Yeah, that's cool too. All the
That's
little
cool.
expansion packs come in these little VHS cassette little things with the cards
I'm
and
looking
minis
at
in
it.
it.
I love it. Wow.
Yeah, Black Site's got
1698
cool.
expansion.
Yeah, they do that.
Well-
They've got a lot of cool, very specific kind of stuff that they make.
Violent
So-
Times Day that looks like Five Nights at Freddy's type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. What's the
There's a-
system? Do you know
Hey,
much about it? Or
just for Jason, I see there's a mini in there with a wheelchair. I'm sure he'll love that.
I'm not sure about the system really. Yeah, that's one thing I gotta read up on.
Yep.
I'm kind of saving it up for one of my buddies. He's a really big fan of Friday the 13th, and this is like
I
this
was-
is all over it. So
yeah, I was unsure about Rangers of Shadow Deep and Frostgrave, and that's like when I first looked at the system,
Mhm.
because I thought that it would be too swingy.
Right.
But in actual play, sometimes it is, right? But you get one side that rolls a 20 and another side that rolls a 5 or something, and it's like, oh, they're dead,
Right.
But it's not bad. I mean, I think it works pretty well. So I was impressed with it.
Do you guys know about
What
There
that's
was-
it's Don't Look Back.
Don't Look Back,
Yeah, we just want.
there was a Walking Dead game from who was it that made it? It was called All Out War, and I was reading something
yeah.
about it. It didn't do so great, and they just relaunched it now, and now they have a tribe on My Mini Factory. You can print all your own minis. So I backed it from day one. So for a few months now, I've been receiving all their minis, and
Yeah, that's cool.
I don't. It's a skirmish type game, so I might
Yeah.
check it out because I like the setting. But I also thought if I want to run the Walking Dead RPG, it's a good way for me to just start collecting minis.
Yeah,
I mean they're doing some of the main characters, but they're also just doing generic, generic bad guys and generic zombies
Yeah.
and whatever else. So
Sure.
there was a company that did miniature games that bought like a bunch of different IPs and basically made skirmish games for like all the stuff. And I don't remember what company it was. I don't know if it was them, but there was a Doctor Who one that a buddy of mine bought, and we tried it, and it was okay, but it just felt I don't know, the rules and everything. It just felt bland. Like there really wasn't anything to it that made it feel like what it was. It just felt like it was just a reskin, and just the
Right.
rules were just the same over and over again
right.
from their different games. But yeah, the Osprey, I kind of like the Osprey stuff. All the Osprey stuff is miniature agnostic, which is
Yep.
cool. Generally
Yeah,
with
it's
the
cool.
Osprey stuff, I wait until the book gets a second printing, because Osprey loves to make games in their blue books, and those are mostly poop. And they see what sticks to the wall, and if they make a second edition, that means it was really popular and people like it. So I generally wait for the second edition and stuff. So like that Gaslands, there's a Billion Suns that they're going to a second printing or second edition with. Lion and no, it's not Lion and Dragon. Dragon Rampart I think it's called, the Dragon Rampant, something like that.
Lion Rampant, because that's the
Rampant.
flag of England. Yeah.
Lion Rampant, and then there's the Alien one. There's the Xenos Rampant, which I think is like outer space themed one. Yeah, there's things like that. So cool stuff. Walking Dead isn't good as Alien. You're talking about
Free League
stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't.
Okay.
So I have the Walking Dead, just the starter set. I didn't buy the core book because I wanted to try it and see how it was.
Yeah.
I did read through the adventure and I did like it. It's very simple and very short. But I think it gets to the point because the way it ends, players are going to die and it's going to be brutal and fast, which is how it should be.
Is that I don't want to spoil too much, but is that the scenario where they're like held up in the house, like trying to defend it from a bunch of zombies coming in?
No,
Adventure?
this is the one where they have somebody that some people that leave and you're out searching for them and you find their campsite and they got taken by another group and you end up there. I don't know. The thing about Aliens is like, I like the Alien movies. I've seen them a million times, but they're never been, it's not something they're on TV all the time. So when they're on, I'll watch them, but it's not anything I would ever be like, oh, I want to watch Aliens today. And for me, the role-playing game just doesn't do it for me. I'm like, I don't really want to play. I don't want to play the Aliens setting. I mean, if I want to play a space game, there's better settings I could find than Aliens, I think.
Yeah. That's one of those IPs. It's like, it's more to watch it. That's how I feel about Blade Runner. Blade Runner's like, that's a tough play.
That was the same one. It's like, I want to play. Yeah. I really want to play like a cyberpunk type game, but Blade Runner isn't it.
No. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. I agree. But Blade Runner, like Blade Runner really, like, I don't know. Is it really, I mean, I know it's cyberpunk, right? I'm not trying to like argue that, but like, I think it's more of like a detective story or what
it was more it was more neo noir, like that.
Neo noir or something. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. And I like the alien aesthetic. I like the
cassette
80s
futurism
kind of future. Yeah. I really like that about Alien.
The text kind of big and clunky, like the motion detector was like the size of a nail gun. There's this big thing with a monitor on it,
Yeah, it's real cool stuff. There's no like nanotech and all that stuff.
I'm still dying to try this, and I know last week we had Jason Vey on here, and he was really like crapping on the 2D20 system. But I'm still willing to try it. I mean, I don't know. I don't know enough about the system to care. I mean, I have Fallout over here that Pete was going to run for us, and he literally printed out a quick start for us all and put it in a binder, and I have it sitting there, but we never got around to trying it. But I love Star Trek, so I would like to try this, and
I'm not huge on the system, and also, like, I've played in a Fallout game, and I've played in a Star Trek game, and in both of those games, the GM was not great.
Yeah, you can't judge a system though based
on
GM.
I get it. I'm not a fan of the 2D20 system. I don't think it's like terrible. I'm not, but I don't know. It's really not for me. I would play it, Mike. I would run that. I have the starter set for the second edition. Star Trek Adventures. I would run it for you and some other people.
I mean, I could even start with this. This was the free RPG day from last year, the quick start guide, it's got a little adventure and you could literally get into it. But me, I have absolutely zero problem if I find a game that I absolutely love and I'm going to play it. I'll dump $1,000 in the fucking game in a week, and I'll have everything coming because I can't control myself. But I don't do that anymore until I know. So I'll buy a starter set, and then it sits on the shelf for 6 months. And then when we finally get around to trying it, if I like it, I'll buy some more. But, I'm not spending all that money anymore, especially with a group that it's been hit and miss with them.
Chubby's saying that the technology in Alien makes sense because you want the simplest tech when you're a million miles, from anywhere.
Yeah.
So, and that makes sense.
That was always, Ridley Scott's strength was making the setting feel real and lived in. So that's why everything was like, oh, okay, yeah, CRT monitors, this kind of stuff. I can understand that.
So and there's a huge difference between, Alien and Aliens. I mean, the aesthetic's the same, the world's the same, but Alien is, horror, you're being hunted, and then Aliens is your, special forces. You're the ones doing the hunting now, type of thing. So
I know I'm gonna get a whole lot of hate thrown at me for this one, but I like Prometheus better.
I didn't hate it as
you know why?
That right there. Yeah, screenshot that. That's it. You're clean.
Do you know why?
Because you lay off the gummies.
Yeah, there you go.
Do you know why? Because it's not entirely set on a ship.
Sure.
That was part of why I liked it.
I can see that.
Yeah, I said from the get-go I was going to get all kinds of hate. I know.
Yeah.
It wasn't so much hate. We were just like befuddled.
Yeah.
We were like,
why?
why?
I was like, what?
Why?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, Mike. I mean, it's not it's definitely not the best one. But
listen, if you think about it, the whole movie was a D&D adventure. They drop down on the planet. They're searching through caves. They're looking for all this shit. They find the ancient. It's different. It's a totally different movie. It should.
A lot of movies like that, though. You can make that equation, which is nothing wrong with that. Like
I know you can. I'm just saying that they really shouldn't even be part of the same series because they're so different.
Yeah.
But I don't think. But it's just like with D&D where people trash on a certain edition or whatever. The movie's not as bad as people make it out to be. It's just not Aliens, so they shit on it. Yeah. It's just like 2E doesn't have Gary Gygax's name on it, so Roger has to shit on it.
No, I didn't. This one will give me some flack probably. I didn't think the new Alien movie was that terrible. I think
with Romulus.
Yeah. I think.
Oh, is that the Hulu one?
Really, the new one. I think what really got me is that they went back to like practical effects and everything, and so like it had that nostalgia thing for me, and I think that's what did it for me.
I think I watched that. I liked it actually.
I mean, there were crap parts. Some of it was shit. I mean, I got no problem saying some of it was shit.
But the only one I think that I really there was one that I'm thinking. Well, they cross over. I was thinking of the Predator stuff.
Later, Dan. Thanks for coming.
I played the Aliens role playing game once. And I really liked it. And one, I'm a fan of the movies. I especially the second one, Aliens, is just. I mean, it's not a horror movie; it's an action movie, but I love that movie. But the thing I really liked about it was it was so easy because I was familiar with the movies. It was so easy to like immerse myself in the game. Like the first time a xenomorph came charging down the hallway at us, I was like, "Oh shit!" Like I knew exactly what that looked like. I was like, I didn't have any trouble picturing it. Which was fun. But I would play it again. I bought some of it. I didn't buy a lot of it because I'm a player, but I bought the core book and the starter box and
I have it. I really want to run Destroyer of Worlds. I want to run that. It's probably 3 or 4 sessions. So I think that'd be fun.
I would like to do a longer thing. I'd like to do a longer thing with a lot of games because I think now a lot of games now are more towards like, or at least the ones I get involved in are like, we're all just going to die at the end, which I don't mind that, like I'm a big Call of Cthulhu fan. So if you die, that's probably the best ending you're going to get. But I also like stuff too that isn't always that way too. So like, cause I think in some regard we've gone too far the other way, but
I think that's part of why
we can go now. Chubby finished
his
thing.
Good.
So he doesn't need us
anymore.
We're getting hungry. Yeah. Mothership is great.
I don't know anything about Mothership.
Mothership's
I like
good.
Mothership. Yeah, Mothership's a good game.
Simple game to play.
Is it just a generic space setting?
It's mostly it's sort of geared toward like an Alien clone, but they left it pretty generic.
Yeah.
Plus the
like
thing,
classes and stuff.
originally it was very Alien clone, but that game has so
Yeah.
many books for it and modules that you can't really find anything.
Like there's,
Yeah.
like I've played it a few times, and like the one adventure we did, another bug hunt clearly was aliens, and I mean, and that's not a complaint because it was fucking awesome.
That's
like,
definitely Aliens, the movie. Aliens.
Heavily.
Yeah.
Huge. And it was a blast, like, because like you have your different character classes. I think there's like 4 different ones or whatever. I was a Marine, and then just through random rolls I wound up with like the best like heavy power armor. At the same time I'm reading like Warhammer 40K book, so like I'm like playing him like he's this space marine commissar dude, like executing guys not doing their job, and putting them out of their mercy and out of their misery and stuff because they were all frigged up. It was great. Like, but the game is tough. Like the very first alien we encountered, I was literally the physically toughest character on the board. It hit me and nearly killed me in one hit. Like if I didn't have the armor on, I would have been dead. Like that's the only thing that saved me because it fucked me up. But it was great. And then I played it again. I played a one-shot too that was fun. But it wasn't Alien, so we were basically friggin' what the hell were we? We wound up on this planet thing trying to figure out why the hell they weren't shipping back the stuff they're supposed to be shipping back, and it was this whole big thing, and we tried to escape, and that didn't really happen. So
it's funny. Who was it, Chubby, that said earlier something about you want the low technology when you're in deep space?
Mm-hmm.
So yesterday while I was painting, 1:00 p.m., I turned on the NASA live stream when it started, and I watched it all fucking day. And it's funny because halfway through it, when they start having issues, like their bathroom, obviously, did you hear about the bathroom freezing up?
Yeah, the bathroom
frozen. So NASA's
they got it fixed though.
NASA's response was to spin the ship around so that side of the ship faced towards the sun, so it would thaw it. And then of course they were using T-shirts as shrouds in the window to block the windows, and then they had to remove them because they were getting condensation, and it was like all these fucking real world problems that they're trying to solve with no technology, and trying to figure it out. And it was very interesting to
then they had the problem shortly after launch, or shortly before. I think it was shortly after launch, where they had a tablet or something that was connected and had 2 versions of Outlook running on it. And I was like, no, they didn't. This thing isn't controlled by Windows 11, is it? Like, oh man, they're never coming back. Chubby, thanks for coming, Chubby.
Maybe it was just a movie.
Glad we could help you through work.
Wasn't it the movie Apollo 13 where they did that, where it was like something happened and they went to the ground crew, and they like just dumped this box of parts, and they're like, all right, you need to figure out how to fix that, and this is what they have. And I was like, oh, that was really cool.
And that's how they actually did it. Because they couldn't figure out.
You need to tear the cover off this manual to make a seal for this.
I just can't wait
because it was a different thing. The scrubbers and everything were completely different because the lunar module and the orbital craft there were made by 2 different. One was like
one was
Lockheed Martin, and one was Northrop Grumman, something like that. Yeah. So you had like a round filter and a square thing.
I can't wait to see the full photo and video dump when they get back, though, because they started releasing photos today. And I mean, think about it. We're you take a 400 millimeter zoom lens and you take a picture of the moon from 300,000 miles away, and it looks great with a 400 millimeter zoom. Now think about being 4,000 miles away from it with that same lens.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome.
Well, they remade that shot of the Earth coming up from behind the moon, and it looks
the Earthrise.
Different. The Earthrise, because it's like 60-something years later, so it looks entirely different. So
but part of that, people are like, well, the land masses look different. Well, you're looking at a different spot of the Earth.
Yeah, it's not
right
the same,
now. It's on a different, but.
I can't wait till we get to Artemis 4 and they got to film the 10th fake moon landing.
As I was joking around with them. I was like, "Oh, the Artemis mission when we're finally going to get to the moon," and people are like, "Ah."
You would think with the live stream and everything that it might settle some of that down, but it just makes it worse.
Oh, it won't. It'll make it worse.
These people are just like, oh my
It'll
god,
make it worse.
When you're watching the video that is literally being broadcast 300,000 miles, and then you get artifacts in the video, and you get color splotches, and they're like, see, it's a green screen.
Yeah.
Oh my god, guys.
Yeah,
That's what
green screen.
That's what they want you to believe.
I know.
That's what they want you to believe. Yeah. Yep.
I
Mike
don't know.
spoken like a shill for them, Mike.
I just don't understand when becoming absolutely ignorant and stupid became in vogue in this country.
Listen, I want to join the Flat Earth Society and get a Randy Crockett just mentioned that too. Flat Earth people must be losing their minds. Why? You look at the picture; it's clearly flat. It's a disc. But no, I want to join Flat Earth Society. I want to get a patch and put it on my vest just to be contrarian. I don't care. I don't mind going around saying the Earth's flat. Like I don't think there's anybody that is in the Flat Earth Society that actually thinks the Earth is flat.
You don't think so?
I think
no.
I think they're just in it to be contrarian. Honestly, I think that's what it is. Really, I mean, you really think that there's people that actually think the Earth is okay?
I mean,
right.
So
10%,
Roger,
10% can't be more than 10% of the
Roger.
people.
In 2025, we had the first giant outbreak of measles that we've had in how long? We've just become stupid, and we are anti-science on everything these days.
Yeah. No,
I mean, so I do believe some of these people believe that.
No, I get it.
I do.
I get it. But come on. There's no way. Like 75% of the people in the Flat Earth Society's got to be in it just because they're contrarian. I mean, am I the only one that thinks that?
Australia is a lie. Australia is what you saw on that moonrise.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Oh yeah. You're right.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, really, you really think all those people are that?
Did you ever take the time to watch that one guy? I forget what it is, like Flat Earth Dan or whatever, talk to the one scientist who was just debunking everything that he said. It was like 45 minutes of that scientist for just insulting him outright.
Right. If it's the one I'm thinking of, it's hilarious to watch, but also, look, I go through this with the RPG stuff, and I know that I'm not great at it, right, either, you know? But if you're going to get in somebody's face and say, you're stupid for this, this is dumb, you're an idiot, you're a moron, they're never going to come around to your side, man. Like, you got to...
Yeah.
Like and the guy's doing it for views and like all that stuff, and it's hilarious to watch. You know what I mean? Like, no, you moron! It's this right here. Look at this. Obviously, you know. But that's not how that's not how a debate should happen. You know what I mean? Like,
well, no.
I get it.
As soon as debates turn into name calling, you've just lost.
Sure.
Because you don't. Right. You know, if you can't debate somebody on your facts, and you have to resort to name calling and whatever else.
Right.
Well, that's the thing. A debate also requires two people to come in on good faith. And like when the one guy,
well, and that,
when
does that happen?
Flat Earth Dan or whatever his name was showed up immediately questioning all the guy's credentials. So he was like, all right, gloves are off, dummy. This is the way science works.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Like, well, if the world is turning at this speed, why aren't we all just flying off? And he's like, yeah, because you're not dividing the speed by the circumference of the enormous planet we're on, you moron.
The best one is I keep seeing all these. They show all the pictures that came out today that they dumped, and they look phenomenal. And they're like, "Where's all the stars? Where's all the other planets?"
I'm okay with Starship Troopers.
Well, I go, tell me you don't know how a camera works without telling me you don't know how a camera works.
You don't know how the solar system's laid out.
Right. But when you're taking a picture of the moon that's being illuminated by the sun and it's that bright, you need to have a very fast shutter time.
Yeah.
And therefore you're not going to see, those stars and these people don't realize that light coming through is millions of years old. Literally has traveled millions of years to get here, and it's I don't know.
No, it's got to be like Star Wars 7 when it shoots that laser and blows up all the worlds. They're all next to each other. That's how
Right.
Yeah.
they're always
Right.
like in the same shot. You never.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the level of
Yeah.
intelligence you're dealing with.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
like you cannot reason with them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been nerding out here this week because I've always been a big science guy and I love this shit. And this was like,
Yeah.
you know, finally we're doing something.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
all these missions.
listen.
All these.
Let's
What?
be honest. Well, one. Let me say this. I want to say this. This is an amazing time for a couple reasons, right? One, we're going back to the moon, but you know, part of it. This is like one of those things that very few things that has actually transcended the political divide in this country. The like Trump put aside the money to go to the moon, and the
He said the
Government-
T word, and then that was that.
Government didn't
Wow.
like him talking. They
Wow.
shut him down.
wow.
Yeah.
That was crazy. So they set this thing up, and then Biden came in and didn't touch it, and also promoted it and pushed it. You know, and and you know, it's been like a joint effort, and everybody like there's nobody that's on like one side or the other on this that's really like hating on it, or you know, at least that I've seen. I mean, I'm sure there's somebody, right? But I think it's fantastic that something like this can actually bring people, you know, together on this. And also, listen, 60 years ago, it was, you know, the Russians said, hey, we're going to put somebody in space. They did. Well, we're going to put a dog in space. We're going to put a person in space. We're going to send somebody, you know, we're going to put a satellite up there. And they did. They did all these things. They beat us. And then they said, we're going to put somebody on the moon. And we were like, okay, that's it. We're going to the moon. And Kennedy made that speech, you know, and we went to the moon. And then that was it. We were done. We did the thing. We did 9 missions, I believe, to the moon.
Right, because we won the space race, and
You
then
know,
everybody
and
stopped.
then Kubrick died. No, and then well, right, we won. So then now, of course, like why are we going back to the moon?
You know why? Because China.
Of course, I know why. Because China said, "Hey, we're gonna send somebody to the South Pole, and we're gonna build a base there."
Yeah,
and you know they're probably kidding, but you know we took them serious, and we're like, "Well, we can't let that happen."
Yeah,
you know, so we're gonna spend billions and billions, and we're gonna put a base there just because you know we gotta beat China. And I mean that's obviously why we're going back. I mean, I don't think it's a bad thing, you know. I mean, I think it's it unifies the country.
It grounded some things though.
Something.
Even Elon Musk now has backed off of like we're going to be on Mars in 5 years. No, we're not.
Yeah,
you know now
right.
he switched everything to.
Base.
Now we switched everything to moon missions because that's realistic.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I mean, I would love to see a Mars base in my lifetime.
We won't see it.
Right.
In our lifetime, we won't see it.
I don't think so. But maybe a moon base. Maybe a moon base.
Edgelord is just having all kinds of fun up there, isn't he?
Yeah.
I've been watching his comments, but just kind of letting him go.
Yeah. Yeah. I know a guy that worked at the psych center up there. He worked in the boiler plant, and he would sit outside and do nothing all day in the summer. And as soon as a plane would go by and there'd be a chemtrail, he'd go inside, shut the door, go in his office, like draw the blinds, like everything. He was like, nope. He was 100% sold into. Did
you ever explain to him what a contrail is?
Yeah, no, you couldn't talk to this guy. This is the same guy. He used to work for the union, and he went on a job site, and they wanted to do a piss test, and he failed the piss test, and he doesn't blame himself. He blames the guy that was doing the piss test, because he wouldn't let him go back to his car to get the fake jar of piss, whatever, from somebody that he bought from somebody.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. So the chemtrail thing, like he's like, no, they're spraying, and I'm like, no, it's water vapor. Like it's just nope.
Yeah.
Then how come this and that?
Yeah.
And he just go on about no, they're dropping, and you notice that the intelligence is dropping, and it's like because they're spraying all this stuff, and I'm like, it's too high for that. It'll dissipate. Like you can't. You need to literally like crop dust if you're going to do that, which means you got low flying planes. Like, and I mean, he wouldn't. You can't. It's a bigger plane, so it's higher up, and you know what I mean. It's crazy. Oh, Bear.
Yeah, I know. He's like, what did I walk into?
Yeah.
Bear, how do you feel about flat Earth and all that stuff? What do you think?
Oh boy. All right, I gotta get some food before I go to bed
Yeah.
because I'm tired.
No, it's
hungry.
like 10 o'clock. We're almost at 4 hours. So
We're at 4 hours and 5 minutes. What do you mean?
yeah. So no,
Yeah.
thanks everybody for
Getting
coming. Bear, you walked in just enough for us to close up shop.
That's right.
So,
I agree.
See y'all.
Lord.
Thank you.
See you.
Yeah.
Stan.
no, thanks everybody for coming. We'll see you guys. Paul, thanks for jumping on.
Sure.
Bear, we'll get you on one of these days. We'll get you on. We'll argue about superhero games. That'll be
Hopefully
fun.
next week I have my
So.
Conan instead of guitar picks.
We'll see.
I don't even
Well,
have a guitar.
Mike was showing off Star Trek. Bear could have jumped in and showed off his Star Quest game he's working on, which is kind of like a love
Nice.
letter to Star Trek. So there you go.
I wanna hear about that. I want to talk to him about that too
There you go.
on stream. I think that'd be really fun. So Bear, let me know. We'll message. We'll get you on. Maybe next week if you want to jump on and talk about that. If you're around on Tuesday, we could do that. Talk about Star Trek. We can nerd out about that. So, but yeah, thanks everybody for coming. We'll see you guys next week. Take care, everybody.
All right.